Session to order. Work session is begun. Reporting in progress. Our first item is to discuss student representatives on the board and what we have to do to bring new folks on. I love having the ones we have. Don't get me wrong. Just we're getting to the end here.
All right, so this is just an opportunity to review the process with you and then to select some board members who would be willing to participate in some of the interviews. But just as a reminder, we flip-flop. We have 3 of our secondary schools each year that's represented. So next year will be Liberty High School, Century, and HOA will be the 3 schools that will have representatives as student representatives to the board. And you can see there in your packet that we would be starting recruitment in about a week or so. That's our typical timeline. And the process is we start putting the word out in a variety of different places. So we put it out in Monday Notes, we put it out in Hot News, we get it on the district website, we let our secondary principals know, and we just start getting the word out. And that triggers the application process. The application process would be wrapped up by April 1st. And then that would start the interview process. And just as a reminder, the way that we typically do those interviews is we have a subcommittee of the board. And in the past, we have had 2 board members, or at least 2 board members, no more than 3, 2 or 3 then. And then we can have a student rep as well. And in years past, the student rep has played various roles depending on the year. Sometimes they meet with the folks in advance, the applicants in advance. Sometimes they meet with them out in the lobby and they kind of talk to them and make sure they're comfortable and have any questions that they can answer for them. And then we've had, I believe on one occasion, we had these student reps sit in on the interview process, but I might be wrong about that because I'm getting funny looks. So that's what our original written process allowed for. So I would say at this point, we would want to have a quick conversation about which would be interested in participating in that subcommittee.
And students, I have a question for y'all too. If you have a second to think about it, be curious to know which one of the methods of reaching out got you interested in participating? Like, how did you hear about it, or what was the fulcrum that made you sort of switch up and change? So I guess first, so be thinking about that, and then are there any board members interested in being on the committee to interview?
Sorry, no, one more thing. We should talk for a minute about student reps on that committee or not. As I think about that a little bit, I wonder about the appropriateness of that.
I don't think, like I think I've done 2 rounds of interviews. I don't think there was any student. Yes. I think I've participated 1 in person. I think this one virtual and 1 in person, and the student was in the lobby. I feel like last time, did all the student reps meet with the applicants who were being interviewed? Yeah. It wasn't just 1, it was all of the student reps we had. Met with y'all. Yeah, right.
So like all of the potential candidates in a sense, and all of the previous student reps were on like one Google Meet, and it was like all of us talking and conversing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was after we went through the applications and figured out who we were going to interview. So I mean, if the 3 student representatives are open to carrying on that tradition, I think it'd be great. Did you find that helpful? Did you all find that helpful?
I thought it was really helpful. I think it was like, for me, it was like they learned more about me, but like it was me learning more about what I'm getting myself into in a sense. Because like I think a lot of people don't really know, especially for students, like know what like the school board does and like what they're getting into in a sense. But also just kind of like help easing the nerves and realizing like other kids are there to support you. I still talk to like some of like the previous student reps and like have friends in them and like just supporting each other and having that sense of like, yeah.
Steph, you have something to add?
Yeah, I do on 2 fronts. Firstly, I agree with Michelle that having that chance to talk to the previous representatives, like before we did interviews, is really helpful for like feeling more comfortable about the whole process. And I would be very happy to help continue that tradition. I want to talk about our recruitment for a second because I am a person who's pretty tapped into things. And the only way I found out about this was because my mom was like, hey, Seth, you should apply. I can't think of a single high school student who reads the Hot I can't think of that many people who check the district website regularly. And like, especially given that we're trying to recruit high schoolers, the idea that they have to find out from like their parents who may or may not be tapped into such things or other sort of circumstances doesn't sit super well with me. I think we should be doing something to try to push it out more directly in schools to make people aware of this, because all of these things are great for like our information more generally, but when we're specifically trying to recruit students, I don't think that the tactics we're talking about that much are going to be good at like meeting them where they're actually going to see it, because like I think that's part of, if I'm remembering correctly, why we had like such a weirdly skewed pool of applicants during this, trying to select this class of student representatives. I'd like to see us be more creative with that. I think that's my one major concern with this process is outlined. I think everything else about it sounds great, but like if we want a wide and diverse pool of applicants from all three of these schools, we need to make sure that we're actually putting it in front of the people who are going to apply. And I'm kind of concerned that that's not happening yet.
And sorry, did you guys get contact about, I think in the past, sometimes administrators, like you say, adults were plugged in sometimes.
Nope,
I
it
know
wasn't an
that-
administrator.
What's that?
It wasn't an administrator. My mom reads the hot news and she told me.
Right.
And I would completely agree with Steph. For me personally, it was because of my leadership teacher. And at the time, because I was like in student government, and I was like really involved in stuff. And I also run our Glencoe Spirit Instagram and run a lot of the communications. So I tend to be more informed than a lot of people at our school. But most people didn't really know what was, like, didn't know that this was a thing. And I think some potential ways is like talking and figuring out if we could get like advertisements on the advisory slides that goes out to like every student, or like even having a section where maybe like we have student reps go into these schools and talk to them, or at least like have like a table that's open during lunch where we have like flyers and talk and like, because like at lunchtime, for example, like Glencoe, sometimes like there's tables out and there's like people can kind of like advertise and talk about things that they want more people to do. So we could go to these schools and stuff. I mean, I personally would be willing to, but yeah.
This time last year, you would have been completely virtual. We wouldn't even been in hybrid yet, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that may
But I was
have
like-
impacted some of the recruiting a little bit.
Yeah, but like, I guess these are more like suggestions maybe, or like ideas.
Okay,
Son?
I just remembered that I had a thought that I didn't add previously in terms of suggestions. I know that we've talked a bit about like our school-based equity, like student organizations, or when Francesca has come up in front of us. Like, could we leverage things like that we have connections to as a district to push it out and make sure again that we're trying to get a diverse group of people to represent our diverse schools there? Could that be a tactic that we're leading? Could that be a tactic worth looking into, or making sure like our PACs know about this, like those kinds of methods as well?
Yeah, try everything. Thank you guys for your perspective. So do we have board members who want to sit on the interview committee? We need at least two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No one? Okay. Nancy, you're up, you're in? All right. Yeah, I think I could probably do it again if I have to, yeah.
And I'm happy to do it as well. I know I've done it, I participated in it once, and it was just such a wonderful experience that if folks haven't had the opportunity to, I really recommend it, but if we do need folks that.
It's so great, right? It ends up being heartbreaking in the end, though. We have to choose between three wonderfully talented students, right?
It gives me hope for the future, so.
Maybe she and Nancy, and then if there's a need to help Bill, and I can do it.
okay. All right, we will, Rose will be back in touch with everybody. And we will be targeting the interviews to take place, where that's probably mid-April is what we'll be looking at. Then with a vote by the board, or the appointment by the board at the end of April.
So sometime between April 1st and when's our first meeting in April? Sometime between there, we figure out who we want to interview.
Yeah, it would be the 26th is the regular session.
Yeah, but, so how do we go from 5 applicants from Liberty down to 2 we're going to interview?
In the past, we
We just interviewed everybody? Oh,
That's
I
what
can't
we did
remember.
last time.
All right.
It worked out. One year we didn't, because we had still running, but last year it worked out.
Okay.
We did everyone. So I think that we do at the first work session, we talk about who we want to, what we're going to decide to do.
Okay. All right.
All right, very good, thank you.
Any other questions on that front? All right, next item is the 2021-22 Drug and Alcohol Tobacco Prevention Plan. And that's one of the 4 Brook Novas.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Greetings from the upstairs of the admin center to my downstairs friends. Hello. And before I begin, I'm wondering, do I need to screen share? Do I have someone screen sharing my presentation? Thank you so much. So as that's getting queued up, Brooke Nova, Director of Student Support Networks and Career and College Pathways, and I'm also joined by 3 other team members that will be helping in the Q&A section, which is Jenny Carey, our mental health counselor on special assignment, Heather Fix, also a COSA counselor and special assignment for student support systems, and then Justine Green, our OSP data tech. So they will be helping to field questions at the end, and if we can queue up those slides, that would be awesome. Thank you. So every year, we have an opportunity to review our drug and alcohol tobacco plan. So hopefully you've had some time to review that, but I also thought it's important to bring narrative to the plan as well. So what does that look like in our support for staff that are supporting students, for our direct students, for our families? So we're going to talk a little bit about that multi-tiered plan, also reviewing some of our Oregon student health survey data and discipline data. The health survey data targets 6th, 8th, and 11th graders. And we also have some side-by-side comparison data to look at from our HSD to our state data. Just to get good news on that one is that almost in every data point, HSD is below student use in 6th, 8th, and 11th grade. So we'll look at that data, but just also wanted to share that up front as the work that we're doing in Hillsboro definitely is paying off through the data that we'll review. Then we're also going to talk a little bit about connections, not only our community partners that support our work, but also some of our internal investments that were made this year to support our students and families. And then of course, we'll field any questions. So next slide, please. Thank you. So when we talk about supporting our students and families, it's definitely a Hillsboro approach. Not only do our buildings have great school counselors, student support wellness counselors, youth contact partners, but also our Washington County partners and providers that work with us in not only the intervention piece, but also some of our prevention work as well. And then also looking at a collaborative team approach. So also between departments and then different levels of licensure of classified, licensed, and administrators, talking about how do we support our students and families in the best way we can in that pre-K-12 approach. Next. And I think this ties really well into the integrated mental health model that ODE provides. Mental health, of course, is a component of comprehensive health, though, right? So when we think about comprehensive health, it's also about the prevention and intervention components. That's what I also like about the continuum of care. I think the key that I'm really excited about is that we're currently going through a health curriculum adoption, and first looking at our K-8 health adoption. So within that, also, how do we bring some additional prevention education down to our elementary and middle schools, looking at purpose and self-efficacy, looking at healthy relationships, because all of these components, right, go hand in hand of mental health, substance use, identity of self. So the health adoption, I think, will be a huge component moving forward in our work. Next. So that hyperlinks to the actual plan. It's an 11-page plan that outlines not only our direct supports, but also our indirect supports and some of our curricular activities and programs and the partners that we work with. So once again, we'll be entertaining questions at the end that are directly connected to that plan. Let's next look at the Oregon Student Health Survey response data. So once again, this was completed in May of 2021 for 6th, 8th, and 11th grade respondents. So this is from that May data collection. You'll see that I would think like in trend, our elementary and our middle school usage is lower than our high school use, although under 10% of our respondents of the surveys. Next. So this is where we begin that side-by-side comparison. So you'll see on the left-hand side, the 6th grade responses compared to the state responses. So once again, May of 2021, our students responding to that 30-day substance use. Next slide. For 8th grade, same. You'll see, though, I do want to call out that there's the data point that is prescription drugs is 0.4% higher in HSD than the state average, but we'll also talk about how we are supporting and messaging to our students and families specifically around prescription drugs in a few slides from now. 11th grade. Oh, no, this is our three-year comparison. So we also want to provide a question that you might have. Sorry, right there. Thank you. What does that look like pre-COVID, during, and then during COVID time? So the side-by-side 3-year comparison is the 2017, 19, and 2020. The data, usually we survey our students every other year. There was a combination, and that's what the asterisk on the left-hand side is sharing, is that last year they combined, they meaning ODE, combined 2 of the surveys so that we did 2 surveys in 1 year instead of on a rotation. So you'll see the 2017, 8, 19, and 2020, and then also that side-by-side comparison throughout that 3-year trend as well. And this is the 8th year or the 8th grade snapshot. Next one. Here's our 11th grade for that May of 2020 survey. Once again, the comparison of HSD and state. On this one, we are lower than the state average, a little bit higher, 0.3% on illicit drugs, but all other components are much lower than the state averages. And then we're going to look at that 3-year comparison again. So once again, this is for 11th grade, looking at that 3-year trend. Next slide, thank you. So you'll see this 2017, 2019, and that 2021 comparison again, not only from HSD trend data, but then also throughout the state as well. Next. But another question or thought in wondering might be, what does it look like within our discipline data? How is that reflected, and what are we doing to report but also respond to our students within our schools? So the first one is in the 8th grade, you'll see that an overall snapshot of the total discipline, there's, this is for high school, is at 18.3% of total discipline is around substance use. And then there is a breakdown amongst the percentages of different categories that we report when making a disciplinary referral. So it breaks out the difference between alcohol possession, tobacco possession, medication violation, and then the distribution of drugs or substances as well. For middle school, same type of snapshot, overall discipline data, and then we have about a 5.7% of referrals that are made up of some substance use or distribution. So same breakdown of either through reporting of use or distribution and the different types of substances that we're seeing in that referral breakdown. Next. So we talk about the reporting side of it, but then how do we respond and support our students and families that make up the discipline data? Last year, we had the opportunity to add some additional staff investments. I think what a great year to be able to do so. So not only do we have Kristen Blomberg, our health education TOSA, but we were able to add Jenny Carey, mental health TOSA. And then we also were able to add a drug and alcohol counselor and a family engagement substance use support as well. We were able to add an additional care coordinator back to the team, so from 3 to 4. And then we were also able to add some additional school counselor FTE as well. And that was a great time to be able to add and reduce caseloads for our schools as well. In that, next slide. We also are tracking the number of student supports, the number of students that are being supported, and the number of outside providers and direct providers within our schools that are supporting our students in this category of mental health and behavioral supports, which is part of our continuous improvement plan. So this year, we're working on collecting the data to be able to report and make sure that the investments that were made are meeting the goal that we have set for ourselves, and making sure that we're supporting students in the ways that we need to, both within our own buildings, but also within our community providers as well. Next. We also are really lucky that we have the family engagement team. Last year, I shared some of their data as well. This is the first quarter. So our family engagement team does amazing work. Part of that is the home visits that they conduct. So that first quarter, they had an estimate of about 225 home visits that were made. That's also a great opportunity to provide community resources to students and families as well. And then also you'll see some of the supports that are listed. One being food and clothing, right? We can't exclude one support from another. I think in that continuum of care, it is that multiple puzzle piece that supports the students and families. So that's just some of the supports that were offered in that first quarter of the 225 home visits made. Next. Also, I mentioned that we have a team member, Angie Jimenez, who is working as our substance use family engagement liaison. And so I just also wanted to note that her next upcoming workshop is on substance use and the nature of dependency. So as we talked a little bit about, the prescription drug data point is a little bit higher in HSD than the state comparison. So not only is it about working directly with the students, but it's also supporting families as well. So that's coming up as well. That's a screen snapshot of a letter that we've sent home before, specifically on prescription drugs, what they look like. We work in partnership with Washington County Health Department on messaging like that, but that's just an example of something that we have put out before, especially as we start to hear maybe a type of substance that's being used, especially across the Washington County, and how do we help to support families in information so that they can support their students as they are at home. Next. Here's another piece of or example of how we message out to our students and families as well. This is something that Angie put together with Dory Beals as well, of the different types of Washington County supports there are. So when we do tabling events, when we're working with our care teams, we leave these flyers to make sure that students and families have the supports and information, not only when they're at our schools, but also when they're outside of the school day, and how do they access the resources around them. So that's a snapshot of a flyer that they developed this year. Next. Also, I spoke a little bit about the investment of additional care coordinators. So here's about midway through the year where they're at in that support of students. So the number of referrals made for care coordination, which can be an outside mental health support, which can be a housing support. And then also you'll see the number of hours of work that directly with care teams, which is a care team is made up of a multitude of people within the buildings, including school counselors, administrators, grad coaches, and then also the number of suicide screenings that have been conducted about mid-year. And you'll see that is about reflective of the 2018-19 school year. We're going to hit, I would say, about that mark by the end of the year. So a great time to add that fourth care coordinator back. Next. Also, I mentioned that this is not only a Hillsboro School District approach, but it's a community approach. So these are some of the partners that we work with. Those on the left-hand side are direct providers within our schools. Jenny Carey runs our mental health meetings. So quarterly, our community partners come together to talk about trends, to talk about resources and support, to talk about how we can best partner together in supporting our students. Next. One of our partners is Life Stance. That's a large partner for us specifically in elementary. So within that Q1 data, this 46 students are working directly in our elementary schools, and they're working on a consistent basis with students and families. So they're more on an ongoing with a student in a continuum of meetings. We are continuing to add support from Life Stance. I think what's important to note is right now, not only within Washington County, but everywhere, in our state at least, is the supply and demand of mental health providers is tough. And so we would love to add more mental health counselors and supports, but it's just a matter of finding them and connecting them to our buildings. Next. I'd like to add this because this actually came from a board request, and I love that we do this. I actually have an example too. So a few years ago, it was a request that we make stickers that can go on not only the lanyards or the back of ID cards for students, but also for staff. So that's an example of what we continue to still share out with our students, is resources that are very accessible and quick to find. You saw that there's a flyer as well, but this is something that in a quick moment to be able to have either on the back of an ID card, on your laptop, and to be able to reference that information, because we know that peer-to-peer support, we know that our family to student support is what's going to be very crucial and important when something is happening. We also continue in that communication and outreach, family engagement workshops. Our team has gone to multiple family engagement workshops this year to share information, and the continuation of also family information on social emotional learning and how to partner in that work, and then that consistent messaging and outreach. So currently our 6th grade teams are asking for our stickers as they're working on their mental health unit within our elementary schools. Next. Brings us to our questions. So we'd love to entertain any questions from the slides, the data, or the plan that was reviewed just this last week.
This is Nancy. First of all, thank you for this information. There was one slide toward the end where you mentioned successful connection, and I was wondering what the definition of a successful connection is.
Are you speaking about the slide that covered our Life Stance partnership, the 70% successful connection?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so our partners field referrals through the school counselor, typically sometimes the administrator, and there's sometimes a gap between when they receive the referral and when they're linked, and like the family's been able to get in for an assessment with the provider. So in terms of the school-based mental health services, there's sometimes a difference in the students who are referred and who ultimately get linked and start seeing that provider regularly. Not all students end up, kind of following through with meeting with that school-based provider regularly. But that many are referred.
So a successful connection is someone who then goes through the entire process to at least one time make that connection. Do
Yeah,
we
they've
have-
had their assessment and they've started meeting.
So do we know how many fall through the gap? In other words, do we know how many kids that we make referrals, and then we only get this percentage that actually goes through the process and make that successful connection?
Can you repeat your question? We should just come downstairs to see our downstairs friends, but can you repeat your question one more time? We couldn't quite hear it.
So how many total referrals, and then how many are successful referrals?
It sounds like we would need to look up the number of total referrals from LifeStance and then share that back with the group.
Okay, because the 70% successful doesn't mean anything if I don't know what the total number is. So
Yep.
it could be 70% out of only a small number, or it could be 70% out of a really large number. Or it could be that the majority of them are not even getting to the successful connection part. I don't know. So
Yeah.
So it's just a question to understand the totality of what we're offering and what's actually being received.
Yep, Nancy, I think that that specific slide is talking about LifeStance when we captured that data. And Jenny is looking up, but she's saying that's probably it's a little under 70 total referrals, like it was about 67. And so it's 70% of that 67 that had a successful connection within that time. But she's going to look that up and then we'll send that. But that's the overall was a little bit under 70 referrals made to LifeStance under the 9 elementaries, and it's 70% of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but we'll get that exact number and send it out.
And then I had a few questions, like to follow up on like that, like for
Yeah.
the ones that are unsuccessful for like the referrals, like what happens after that?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, one of the best things about this partnership with LifeStance is our established collaboration between the LifeStance school-based provider and the school counselor and administrator. So there's regular within our agreements with these community partners. We have established kind of collaboration opportunities. So if they're going to come and provide services at one of our schools, that regular meeting with the counselors is sort of a part of that. And so if they have a family or a student that they're having a trouble linking with, getting a hold of, then we leverage whatever support we can through the school partnership to reach back out to that family. Maybe they heard from a phone number that they didn't recognize and didn't call them back because they didn't really remember that was the provider that was calling. We've received feedback that sometimes the documentation portal is really difficult for families. So we've worked with our community partners to get paper packets so that the counselor can work on the consent paperwork ahead of time with the family so that isn't a barrier to treatment. So we're kind of working within that collaboration to reduce any of the barriers to access. Many of the students that are not considered successful at this point are really just kind of pending scheduling with their provider. And, because there were providers out over the last 6 weeks or so as we returned from winter break, they're just kind of working on wrapping up those referrals so that we get those evaluations scheduled and families and students seen for support.
That makes sense. And then I had a few other questions. So I think the issues of regarding like mental health and drug use are deeply tied to like sometimes issues of like people of color are like disproportionately like affected by these issues. So how are we making sure that like we're affecting especially like maybe students or families that don't speak English or don't know about these resources? Just to kind of clarify it, I guess.
I think that's where making sure that we're also making those direct connections with our family engagement teams, the monthly opportunities that are provided under Francesca and Olga's work has been really beneficial to make sure that we're showing up, we're answering any question, we're providing the resources. I think it's also been a gift and an asset to add Angie to our team. She's bilingual. She's able to share information and tabling events, work with our family engagement team as she's a part of the monthly groups as well. And also then to connect back to our community partners to also make sure that whatever resources are available within Washington County to support our diverse community, our diverse students, how are we partnering with those agencies to be able to fold that connection in with our students? So that is some of the work that we're doing. I think that across our county, if you spoke to any provider, any agency, there's such a need for bilingual and diverse counselors, school counselors, mental health counselors, because we also know that when counselors reflect our students and families, that connection is really important as well. So that is definitely a need, I think, not only in mental health practice, but also within our own buildings that we continue to acknowledge and to improve upon.
And then for the, I had another question, sorry. For like the home visits, do we know like what of those home visits, like what were like the outcomes or like what were the main like what were, if we can aggregate, like what were the specifics of, like is it, if there is any, like way we can aggregate like what were these home visits for, and also like what the outcomes were?
So there isn't someone currently that's on our panel tonight that that works directly in the data around home visits. But I do think as we looked at some of the percentages that even were requested from our HSD family needs survey that still is posted on our HSD website, connections and some of the top asks are on basic need support and healthcare support and mental health support. And so having resources like our door hangers that we have that are bilingual, that have kind of the information that we shared on the flyer. I don't know if anyone's seen the family engagement resource guide before. It's very impressive, but to be able to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information, that's what we see in our home visits. I think a lot of times it starts as an academic connection, but it's also unpacking what additional supports are needed. And that's what comes out of the home visits is what are the resources that you need to be academically successful. But a lot of that is tied to the basic needs and that our students and families need. The actual data breakdown, I don't have. But guess what? I do have that out of the life stance data, that was 65 referrals to make that 70% connection. So the overall, Nancy, was 65 referrals were made to life stance, and then 70% of those were a successful connection, and that's what was reported on that slide. That's what's great about having a whole team presenting. In real time, we can look information up.
That's only 9 of our schools, 9 elementary schools, right?
Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you.
Do you have other questions? Monique?
So I was looking through the drug and alcohol tobacco policy and wondering, so the students get annual instruction. So in that instruction, I know it hasn't been possible with COVID, but in the past and maybe in the future, are there professionals that come in and say, for instance, like a doctor that says, here are the effects of tobacco, or here are the effects of alcohol on the body, and what this looks like 5, 10, 15 years down the road. I mean, showing an x-ray of someone's terrible lungs or something along those lines. Does any of that happen?
So our health educators are usually the ones that are providing that currently in 10th grade. And then we also, in the family connection component too, our Washington County providers, they're specific to those areas as well. And then I'm also going to have Heather talk a little bit about, she's connecting with our SROs currently on some advisory work and lessons to also provide some of the information that you're speaking to, Monique. So she's going to talk a little bit about what she's working on.
Yeah, so in the work with the SROs, there's been, and with school administrators, the desire to have SROs come in an educational way to talk about the legal impacts of drug use, but also what they're seeing in their day-to-day. So I'm excited to continue to start that work with Leland and put together a bank of resources for SROs people to present in those ways.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Steve.
Thank you. I always appreciate your time, and thank you so much for all your support. Take care.
All right, our next item is the community school implementation. Should I cover what that is or just?
I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wendy and Sarah, right?
Yep.
Hello, everybody. I'm Wendy Ramos, and I'm one of the directors of Student Services.
And I am Sarah Crane, another director.
And we're so excited to talk to you about the community schools implementation, which is really neighborhood schools for all students. It looks like we're getting the slideshow up. Great. We can go to the next slide. So why neighborhood or community schools? And I love this quote because it just really grounds us in what we want to do to support our students. We want everybody to belong, and we want to make sure that we know that we're here to create an environment that supports all students. Next slide. So what does it mean, community schools implementation? We call it CSI. We think it sounds cool, but each student receives the supports and services they need in their neighborhood school, regardless of the disability they experience. So no matter what the severity is or what the need is, they get to stay in their neighborhood school. Next slide. So here's where our community schools are happening right now. So all 4 comprehensive high schools have all services that students need, as well as the Century Feeder Elementary schools. Next slide. So of course, equity is at the core of CSI. Students we know deserve to go to school where their families live and where their neighbors and siblings also attend. They deserve to belong to their community, and students experiencing disability and students not experiencing disability deserve to see that community reflected within their school. And so currently what's happening is some students experiencing disability are not always able to go to their neighborhood school. And they're taken out of that neighborhood school and put into what we call a specialized program. And also they're put in often in a more homogeneous classroom. And so CSI just gives that ability for our students to stay within their neighborhood schools, to have more opportunities. You know, I always say, like, it's great. They can go, you know, they're going to get to know that student that, you know, lives next door to them. They're not going to be out of that neighborhood or out of that community. They can go to the birthday parties, do all those things that we want our students to experience. Next slide. So sometimes CSI will get confused with 100% inclusion. They're not the same thing, though CSI is a step towards including students with disabilities more fully in our community. So we know in the past, some students experiencing disability have accessed services in up to 3 schools during their elementary career, and we want to try and change that. And we also know that community schools will allow students to get all the services they would typically get in a program classroom within their neighborhood school. So it still provides all those services, that continuum that we want to offer to all students, but within their neighborhood school. All right, next slide. So a few more things that CSI is not. It's not students in the general education 24/7, regardless of the supports that they might need. It's not that situation where, we just say, too bad, you're in that classroom. You still have all those same opportunities that any student needs, right? That small group experience, the whole group experience in a quiet space, in a place where a student can move around. All those different pieces are still available. It's also not a disbanding of program classrooms. So again, all those services are available within the neighborhood school. And it's also not a one-size-fits-all type of model. It really does allow for each building to make that decision, each school to make that decision about what model is going to best fit the students that they currently have and that they're currently serving. Next slide.
All right.
All right.
So, we wanted to show you sort of our timeline, and this is an expanded timeline than our original thought, but we recognize that COVID and CDL have put some things in a place where we need teachers to be able to think deeply about these things and really make a good plan that makes it a positive experience for students and staff. So right now, as Wendy pointed out, we're all in the Century Feeder, and then of course all 4 comprehensive high schools. Next year, because we have 6th graders that are in the Century Feeder, most of them will be moving up to Brown Middle School. Brown Middle School currently has 1 specialized program, but we will not use that to determine if a student can go there or not. If they would normally have been moved to either South Meadows or Evergreen or Pointer, we're going to try to put the supports around them that they would need to be able to stay at Brown, and then obviously they would go on to Century. At the same time, we're going to, and hopefully the graphic can explain it better than maybe my words, but the same time as we kind of add in Brown, fold in Brown, we're going to choose a feeder that will be at the elementary school sort of in year 0. So they'll really have a full year to plan. And that's something we learned this year, that more planning time is good. And so we want to really, again, just make sure people are successful and students are successful. And everybody has the training that they need beforehand and then along the way as well. So you can kind of see how this steps out so that over a multi-year period, we could get to a point where we could have community schools for all students in our whole district. Next slide, please. So one of the things we thought you would probably want to know is, how do we know if it's working? How do we know the impact, et cetera? So we have an inclusion rubric, which I think many of you who've been on the board for a while have seen probably more times than maybe you want to, but we did link it here in your packet. Also, I noticed that it says the numbering's off on there, so sorry about that. But we really focused, the rubric has 4 areas, and we really focused on equity and community. And so that's really where we spent time at our retreat with the teachers, focusing and making sure that we knew, how are we going to know if this works, right? And it's really about students participating to the extent that makes sense for them, and that they're getting a great experience, both students experiencing disabilities and students not experiencing disabilities. And of course, that teachers have the support that they need. We'll also obviously look at program placement numbers. We have a sort of phrase of no one in, no one out. We don't send any students out to a different school, but we also don't put any students in there that are coming from another school, so that eventually over time it will balance out a bit. And then we have an all-staff survey that we did in the fall. The principals sent to their staff, and then we'll do it again in the spring. And that has helped us learn where our gaps are, where we need to grow, and what we need to do differently, as well as what's going well. Next slide, please. So this is that inclusion rubric I was just talking about, and you can just see that arrow is pointing to the equity and community section. If you click on the link in your own packet, you will see a whole website with all of these, and really almost too many resources. And so that's why we really tried to narrow it down and say, okay, this is where we're really focused and how we're going to know if we're successful, even though the other areas would be impacted as well. All right, so I think for the next 2 slides, they're really resources that talk about just the law and things that we know about students and IDEA and Every Child Succeeds Act and Every Child Belongs Act. And so we wanted to really get to your questions. We really want to make sure that we can answer any questions you have. So if you'll click 2 slides, please, whoever the clicker is, I appreciate it. We wanted to just end on this quote, but then take all your questions. So the valuing of diversity within the human community is what inclusion is. When inclusive education is fully embraced, we abandon the idea that children have to become normal in order to contribute to the world or their school. And in doing so, we begin to realize the achievable goal of providing all children with an authentic sense of belonging. Not sure why I got tongue-tied there, but I like that quote a lot. If you could click next, we're going to go to questions. And then again, there's more resources on the slides that are later that you have access to.
Hi, Wendy. I just had a quick question on the slide where it had the timeline. I think of by whichever year, that one right there, by the year, that we're working towards. So right there, it's still, if I'm understanding correctly, right now we only have one feeder, which is Century feeder, that has this kind of built out. And is the goal then to have all feeders?
Eventually that is the goal, but you can see that doesn't happen until 26, 27. We've spent a lot of time analyzing other districts who have done this, and we feel like there's a productive, good way to do it and that works for students, families, and staff. And then there's a way that it can be real hard. And that would be to just do everybody at once. And so we really decided as an admin team and along with OSP that going in phases was a better idea, really making sure we get it right rather than get it done fast.
And my follow-up question to that is, how are we determining which feeders are we going into next? Is it based on need or students identified? I guess just wondering what our strategy is.
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's one of the ones that I thought you might ask. I wrote it down as a potential question that is, I guess, an interesting answer. We chose Century because 5 of their 6 schools already had specialized programs. And so they had the staffing we needed to make it work. And so we only had to add staffing to Lad Acres. There have been pros and cons of that we're still kind of looking at. And so we haven't decided the next feeder, but that'll be something we take into account, right? How many program classrooms are already there? How many students in special ed, although, most schools are pretty equally based unless they have a specialized program, because then their number is inflated. And we take into account, readiness of administration and teachers and teams that are in a space where they can brainstorm, because it does take a lot of time for the teachers to brainstorm and collaborate. Brown is starting now in just thinking through a lot of different things, spaces and places, caseloads, service delivery models, just a lot of things that we want them to really have a good headspace for when they do that.
My last comment would be that just advocating for our feeders that have the most Title I schools, because the financial burden of having support, I think, compounds the need in those particular feeders.
Thank you. That's great advice.
Any questions? Can't see Lisa or Yadira. You guys have anything? How much more expensive, if at all, is this approach than what we're currently doing?
Yeah, it sounds like Michelle Morrison must be in the room or something, right? Michelle, she's actually really on board and sees the vision of this. So we appreciate her support in this, but it comes out to being almost equal because because specialized classrooms are already staffed at a much lower ratio. And so by the time you balance it all out over the 4 or 5 years, you just have a better balance. So at the high school, as an example, this year we were able to, we've typically had 2 life skills programs in at Century. And just because of the natural numbers that were coming in, this is our 3rd year with neighborhood schools in our high schools, we were able to take one of those life skills teachers and move him over to resource. And then somebody else it's more balanced. And so while it sounds like it would be really a lot more expensive, it's really just about putting the supports up front, making sure that we really know what it takes, but then rebalancing everybody year after year so that it's equal or more equal.
Anything?
My question is, with the current stress on teachers by COVID and everything related to COVID, making teaching in and of itself just much more difficult. And this is an effort that goes above and beyond for our students who need a little bit more support. So I'm wondering if you could be honest with me, how is this going over with the teachers who already have an overburdened load to do their job?
Yeah, I think I'll answer and then I can tell Wendy has an answer as well. So I do want to be honest with you and say that for some teachers, it's feeling like a lot. We're trying to be really cognizant of separating what is the actual thing that feels like a lot and not assuming it's because of neighborhood schools. What feels like a lot is not having enough staff, right? So regardless if we do neighborhood schools, it feels like a lot when we don't have enough staff. And so just what might seem like one more thing really would be fine if we had plenty of staff. I think the other thing to remember is that really every child has a right to be in their gen ed classroom. And so sometimes it's easy to go, oh, well, someone else should deal with that student. And that's not what the law says, right? That's not best practice. That's not what we want. And we definitely want to support teachers, right? So we're doing I know we didn't make this up, but just in time training, right? So this teacher is going to have a student with autism. In the past, that student would have been sent to an SCC at a different school. So they don't know much about autism. So we're going to come in, we have an inclusion TOSA and a support specialist. And then Wendy and we're going to come in and we're really going to try to teach this student student too, but the teacher, what do you need to know about autism to make this really successful? What visuals do we need to help you with? And just really targeting at what the kids need. And because the number is actually fairly small of kids coming into kindergarten, next year it'll be kindergarten and first grade, and the next year it'll be kindergarten, first and second. It's a pretty gradual thing. And so we're just training as we go. But I'm not gonna, lie to you and say that every teacher is like, yes, this is working amazing, because of course, we're learning and it is a hard year. You're right.
Thank you.
When you say that we're so understaffed, that's primarily educational assistant, classified staff, not teachers, right? Like, it
Correct.
feels like that. Yeah.
Correct. And understaffed just means, positions that aren't being filled, right?
Yeah.
You know that, yeah.
Where everybody in the world is having trouble hiring.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you guys very much. We've been juggling the agenda a little bit, but we're gonna stick to it. So, the next topic is the state health grant, and Beth has good news for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of speed through this so that we can have enough time at the end, maybe for a question or two, but pretty self-explanatory. Situation page kind of explains the background. Back in 2019, the school board asked the district staff to look into the possibility of adding another school-based health center to our district. And so I joined forces with Lacey Beatty, who had overseen all of Virginia Garcia's school-based health centers, but had since parted ways with them. And she and I together have applied for and gotten a number of grants over the last couple of years, which has been great for the district. We got one of the school health expansion grants back in the fall of 2019, and that started in 2020. We got an initial grant amount for the feasibility study January through June of 2020 of $35,000, and then went on to year one, which gave us another $60,000, which went through the 2021 school year. What we had realized in our feasibility study was we were kind of hoping that we could make a case for a mobile school-based health center. At the time, that was not allowable under state law. So rather than just be ineligible to continue in the grant, we said, well, we also need to expand our school nursing capacity. So we went that direction with the grant because that was allowable as well. So all of last year, we worked on kind of fleshing out that plan to expand our school nursing capacity. What that has resulted in this year is the hiring of a Medicaid billing specialist. And our thought process there is that being able to bill for Medicaid eligible services eventually could allow us to generate enough funds to hire some additional nursing staff. However, we had previous experience with a Medicaid pilot that wasn't as smooth. So there's a little trepidation. So what we did is we have started out this year with some very wonderful and willing speech language pathologists so that our new billing specialist can really learn the ropes and think about efficiencies of the system and then be ready to make a smooth transition to supporting nurses this next school year. I know Michelle would like to share a little bit more about that, but I can finish up my part to say, because we were part of this school nurse expansion grant, we were eligible for some extra end of session money that came about last fall. So we received $200,000, which allowed us to hire 2.66 FTE to help with testing, COVID testing and contact tracing, which has been great. That money will last until the end of 2023. And then thanks to the work of Representative, now Senator Janine Salmon, and some colleagues in the legislature, there was a bill passed in last full legislative session that does allow for some piloting of mobile school-based health centers. And we are one of the awarded districts for that grant. So that's another $90,000 that we are receiving for the next year and a half to study the feasibility of that. And we're really excited. So it's a lot of great opportunities coming our way to expand students' access to health and mental health services in our district.
So Beth, when you say mobile, is that like?
I mean, like, we're kind of in the background also trying to buy our own van and find the medical people to run it. But
Right.
more realistically, we'll probably first try to find somebody that has a van that we could work on programming. And when we initially did the feasibility, we really had targeted South Meadows and Hill High as two census tracts that have, that are the demographic makeup of folks who really could use some additional access to care. So some of that groundwork has already been laid, and I think the interest is still there. And the requirement is you have at least 10 hours of availability per week to students at schools. And I think if we can find a provider and get ourselves a van, we can easily program that much time. And we already have other districts that would like to partner with us too, if that's a possibility, like Scappoose and Gaston, some ones that are a bit farther out and have even less access. So we would love to leverage what we're able to accomplish to help them as well.
Should also point out that Mark was a huge part of making that happen at the legislative level. I mean, for real, he put a ton of time into that. So we appreciate
It's a
all.
lot of work.
That's great.
But everybody at HFT was so helpful. Get it done.
Mark says he's gonna let us use his RV.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he would like that.
But Michelle, do you want to talk a little bit more about the specifics around the Medicaid billing piece, or?
Yeah, thanks, Beth. No, I just wanted to provide some assurance that, well, first of all, thank you for supporting the shift as we had to change our thinking about how to expand our nursing services, and then give special thanks to Elaine Fox and her team and student services for being able to rally the troops, so to speak, pick up where we left off from our pilot before. We did a lot of learning in our district, and I think that we're just right on the edge of being able to recover some billable expenses in a big way to expand our program. So if anybody's interested in more details, there's the 3-year plan link in the situation page, and I'm happy to talk about it offline as well. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Michelle.
And
thanks,
as I
Elaine.
spent 10 months deeply involved in the issue, I just a reminder, we covered this when we were going before, but I forget sometimes even myself, that school-based health centers are a partnership. So like the one at Century is a partnership between us, Washington County Public Health, and Virginia Garcia. It's not a school running it. So when Beth says we need to have a partner, probably need 2 partners. We need partners, federally approved healthcare providers that want to participate. So it's not just a thing that district can do by themselves. We have to find this partnership and pull all the resources together. And you guys did a great job of that.
Thanks for your work.
Other questions? Oh, I just want to mention too, like, I hadn't heard about involving the rural districts. I love that idea. Through our work in legislation, we really discovered like how it would be great for our district, and we planned all it out. but when we started hearing from rural districts, a lot of times that elementary school is the community gathering place. And, it could be very large swaths of different distance between those schools. So it really felt like urban and rural win in both cases. So it was probably a guess. All right. Any other questions? All right. So the next agenda item, we are going to slide that into the regular session since there's going to be a lot of people who want to talk about it anyway. So what we will do now is adjourn the work session. We'll figure out what we're going to put that other item, the COVID update discussion. We will recess until 7 o'clock. All right. So you got 7 minutes. Call our regular meeting to order. Again, as we always do, the flag salute. You don't know where it is, the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we gather here today, we would like to take a moment to acknowledge that our district service area is on the occupied traditional homelands of the Apology Indigenous people, lands we now call Washington County in the state of Oregon. We honor the indigenous people whose traditional and ancestral homelands we stand on, the Tualatin, Calpoolia, the Willamette, Clackamas, Tumwater, Malala, bands of the Chinook, and many other indigenous nations of the Columbia River. In remembering these communities, we honor their legacy, their lives, and their ancestors. We also recognize the urban, indigenous, native, First Peoples communities living in the metro area, which includes over 400 tribal nations. The Hillsboro School District is committed to the recognition and education regarding tribal and local history and working with our local tribes in partnership. As is often the case, we have some proclamations that we can make, and Shannon, I think you get the first one.
That is right. So in honor of Classified Employee Appreciation Week, March 7th through 11th, 2022, the Board of Directors would like to publicly thank the over 1,200 people who fill the critical roles of educational assistants, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, maintenance technicians, custodians, office support staff, and many others for the Hillsboro School District. Their often unsung work behind the scenes, supportive teachers in delivering instruction, diverse talents, and tireless dedication to our community students is invaluable. Their contributions to the Hillsboro School District are valued and appreciated. Please join us in thanking our classified staff and recognizing them during Classified Employee Appreciation Week. The Board of Education of the Hillsboro School District do hereby proclaim the week of March 7th through 11th, 2022 to be Classified Employee Appreciation Week.
All right, our next one, where's Prickly?
It cut out for a second there. Is it the Women's History Month now? My turn? Yes, okay, perfect. Okie doke, here we go. The Hillsboro School District celebrates women of every race, class, and background that have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our community in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. The Hillsboro School District honors women that have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of our community by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. The Hillsboro School District acknowledges that women have played a unique role throughout the history of our community by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the community and school district. The Hillsboro School District recognizes that women of every race, class, and background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. Women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which created a more fair and just society for all. The Board of Education of the Hillsboro School District do hereby proclaim the month of March 2022 to be Women's History Month. We urge all community members to join us in recognizing the many contributions and achievements of women to the development and prosperity of our community. Hillsboro School District Board of Directors.
Thank you, Director Allen. All right, our next item is to approve our agenda, and I believe Director Lopez has something first.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda and move our item F, COVID-19 update from our work session before item E, audience time.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Lopez and seconded by Director Kim that we amend our agenda to include the item from our previous discussion that we had to bump for time. Is there any discussion? Want to do all in favor say aye, or do you want to do a roll call? Okay, roll call vote.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Monique Ward, aye. Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Sheehan Kim, aye. Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Nancy Crockett, aye. Mark Watson.
Aye. All right, that motion carries. Next up,
I move to approve the amended agenda. Or do we need to?
Yep.
Second.
been moved by Director Kim and seconded by Director Ward that we approve the amended agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can you please do a roll call vote?
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Monique Ward, aye. Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Sheehan Kim, aye. Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas, aye. Mark Watson.
Aye. All right, the motion is amended. All right, so now we will do our discussion topic from the previous session, COVID-19 update.
All right, thank you. And thanks for working this into the agenda. This is an important one for everyone to hear. So as everyone's aware, 2 to 3 weeks ago, there was a change in some of the guidance and we had new information coming to schools. And that information was that on March 31st, we would have the ability to make masking optional in schools. And I just want to give you an update on where we are with that. So where we are working towards making it possible to have masking optional for our students and our staff. With the caveat that there's going to be some locations in our schools where it's likely not going to be safe to do that. And we're going to have other procedures in place there. We're entering a time where in the next 3 weeks or so, or 2 weeks, we're going to be at a projected level of infections lower than it's been since last summer, when it was at its lowest. And we feel like with the majority of our students and our staff in our locations, we're going to be able to make this an optional, for our students. We are in conversation with our labor partners and we're working through some of the scenarios that are going to likely come up as we work towards this. And we are also working through the current guidance that has been issued. Oftentimes when you see new guidance comes out, when new guidance comes out, you get a headline in the paper that says masks are optional. And what you don't see are the other 15 pages behind that. And so we're working through that to determine what the impact on this decision, what the impact of this decision would be. So for example, there's currently language in there around quarantining and the length would be quarantine, those kinds of things. And so we're working through that and making sure that we understand the ramifications of that. We also know that it is on a pretty regular schedule, we're getting new guidance from ODE, from Oregon Health Authority. And we expect that before this goes into effect, that we will have new guidance once again. And it will take a little time to work through that. So as we work through making this an optional, we expect to hear from ODE, Oregon Health Authority, CDC. We believe that that guidance will change. And thinking another important thing to point out is that this is not something that would typically be a board vote. This is more of an operational event, and it would be typically allocated to the district to make that decision. Of course, we want to hear the input. We want to have that discussion, want to have a greater understanding of where the board sits with this. But this would not be something that the board would typically vote. What I'd be looking for this evening, well, first of all, I want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions. And also, I would like to look to the board to just see if we're in step with each other in terms of the direction we're going on this. And assuming that's the case, then tomorrow we would be sending out information to our community, our families, and we would be letting them know that this is the direction we're headed. And we would be asking them if there's any support that we could provide them to make the transition more successful for that particular student. So that would be going out tomorrow at some point. So at this point, I'd be looking to the board to, if we can answer any questions for you, or if you have any input in terms of the process and how this would look. Assuming that the board is in agreement with this direction, then what we would do is we would wait until we get the additional information. We believe that will happen in the next 1 to 2 weeks probably. And then once we have that information and we've worked through the various scenarios that we need to with our labor partners, that we work through the guidance to understand the full implications, then we would go ahead and communicate that out in a more formal way.
And this feels pretty consistent to me that what we've been doing all along is, the pretty early on board training said if somebody's hired to do it, it's not your job to do it. So we leave operational decisions to the district, but of course the superintendent administrative team are always consulting with us. So I think this also, if we remain with that consistency, it gives the administrative team the flexibility to take that information we get and implement it more quickly than if we have to wait for a board meeting. So I'm a fan of remaining consistent with what we've been doing on that front. So any questions to begin, Monique?
Yeah, so Mike, you mentioned that the district is leaning toward the mask optional with the caveat. So can you explain a little bit more what that means with the caveat as far as what is the places or plans that won't make it possible for students or staff to be masked?
Yeah, and I'm gonna have I don't know if Elaine's on here or Travis, but we worked through a question today. Lisa actually had a question earlier in the day, and it had to do with students who their health is compromised in some way, or maybe they're medically fragile, those type of environments. And I'd invite Elaine or Travis to shed a little more light on that.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Elaine had to step out, but I think I have a little bit of information that I can share about that topic. Monique, today as we were talking through our plans, we had kind of two lines of thinking. One is that we need to look at more guidance from OHA and ODE about large gatherings. We talked about assemblies specifically this spring, and dances, some of the optional activities too that would bring large numbers of people together, and what would the rules be given X number of people inside of a gym of a certain size. The other line of thinking that we had was about students. We get a lot of input, and I see a lot of emails that you get about, COVID isn't dangerous for kids. Well, there's some data that suggests that we need to be really careful about a certain group of kids that we serve, and those, as Mike said, are students whose healthcare needs qualify them for services as being medically fragile or medically complex. And in HSD, we have about 19,000 students. Of those students, about 150 qualify as medically fragile, and their healthcare needs make it so that they possibly would need the help of a nurse on an emergency basis at any time. And another 840 students qualify as medically complex, and their needs mean that they might need daily support from a nurse to manage their healthcare needs. So what we do in a situation like this is we decide, in what classrooms, instructional spaces, and what parts of the school day can we keep students safe and included in school, perhaps by requiring masking in those environments. And so what we'll do is work with our special educators and our nurses and families to figure out where it is in the school that we might require masks, even when they become optional in the larger school setting. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
And Travis, you tend to be our conduit to Washington County Public Health. When was the sort of last, can you summarize a little bit of their perspective from when the last time you spoke with them?
In what area of this question, Mark?
Oh, sort of as we approach the ability to make decisions more locally, and every county, every school district's most local health experts are going to be their local county board of health. So I know you communicate with them pretty regularly. So as we're approaching this change in our policy, have they shared any input with you?
Yeah, and I would defer to Superintendent Scott and Superintendent Goldman, who are also in those conversations. But the conversation so far from Washington County has been, we aren't going to try to obstruct OHA from saying that masks are optional in schools, and that in Washington County, you can make your own decisions. We think that other districts in our county will go along with the guidance like we are, like Mike explained, and that we'll have in most areas of school operations, masking be optional, but encouraged.
Nancy?
I am publicly glad that we're moving to a place where parents might be able to make the decision for their children, but I am really afraid for the teachers. And I have expressed several times that I struggle with this tightrope that we're walking between allowing the children to have quote unquote a normal life at the potential risk of our children, of our teachers. We need them. Teachers are not going to react the same way once exposed as a child. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands all of the implications if we do this. Because for some, it might mean longer quarantine times. It might be more quarantine of entire class, which could impact parents in a different way. And then they think, well, they don't have to wear the mask, but now you've got a kid at home for 10 days as opposed to what it was before. So I just want to make sure that we keep this in mind. I'm struggling with this personally because you cannot not think about the teachers when we make this decision. Although I'm all for parents being able to choose for their kids.
And just a point of clarification, when we change this masking policy for students, would this also imply for staff, teachers, I mean, everyone in the school building?
Yeah, it would, except in those areas that Travis was mentioning. But yeah, it would apply to everybody. I think we're going to have some staff members, and I think we're going to have some students that choose to continue to wear masks, just because that's where their comfort level is. And of course, we will make that widely acceptable, and that will not be a problem if people choose to do that. Erica?
Yeah, my only question or follow-up is around, I think what is kind of being lost in the headlines a little bit is around the requirements for quarantining, and if you're not masked, like what's that going to be, what that looks like, and making sure that we're communicating that, efficiently to parents and community members, because if that means that if you're exposed and now you have to wait longer because you were unmasked, well, how do you prepare for that, childcare and all of those things? So I think that the decision ultimately, as people are working through the logistics and their preference, but also to be informed of what would need to happen if their child would be exposed and there was no mask. Does that change based on the guidelines? So I think what you were saying earlier, that during this next couple of weeks, we're going to get some more clarification on what that would look like so that parents can make an educated decision.
Correct. It's one of the reasons we would hold off on a final decision until we get a little closer and a final communication, because we do want to understand what the implications of any potential changes would be. We do know now that the guidance that is coming recently, there are different rules on quarantine. Beth or Travis can explain that better than I can, but that will be a part of the decision that the family would have to make.
Thank you. And I mean, I think that we're in line, just like any other, other government agencies across in our region. Councils or board members aren't making voting decisions. This is really operations, and as quickly as you get the information, if you can implement it, I'm very on board of leaving that to administration.
Absolutely.
Lisa, looks like you have a question?
First, can you hear me? Does this work or no?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is it still really loud? I don't know. Okay. Sorry. I'll speak quietly. Maybe I'll do this. Anyway, so a couple things. First, I support the idea of following the guidance and allowing optional masking after March 31st. I would encourage us to include in our communication to staff and families about the availability and the continued availability of KN95 masks in schools, and encourage that for students who are concerned, and staff as well, perhaps including a resource for staff who are particularly concerned about where they can get a custom fitted N95 mask, which is different, and also a setting when someone is working in close contact with a known COVID patient so that they can feel safe in that way. And also encouraging staff, if we feel comfortable doing so, to access a booster shot if they have not yet, prior to the March 31st deadline, since that is the best way to protect ourselves against serious illness. So I just encourage us to be aware of that, and maybe even like a link for where you can get your kid vaccinated if they, for some inexplicable reason, aren't yet. Something like that.
Did you already have anything you want to add at this time, or I'm sure we're not done talking, just want to give you an opportunity.
Yeah, no, I'm on board with following the guidance as well. And yeah, I just want us to keep in mind too that we do have teachers that could be impacted by this, and just looking at all the different things that can happen. I think what I want to understand is what happens when we have like half the class that's masked and half that's not, and then there's a positive case. How do you treat, those kids different? Like which ones, like do the kids that were masked stay? Do the kids that weren't have to quarantine? Like those types of questions, kind of I'm wondering about. And so I guess that's some of the information that we're going to get in the days to come.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll complicate. Yes, I mean, the contact tracers and whatnot you spoke of earlier, they're going to be much more busy. Yeah. Couple questions. December 2020, we may know this, we may not know this. Well, we know that our insurance company does not cover your claims, and the legislature passed a limited liability protection for schools. As we consider this policy, does it impact our ability to defend lawsuits or to not be held liable for infections, or will we still be in compliance with that state law?
So Michelle's been looking into this with PACE as well as our risk manager. So we kind of anticipated this one. Michelle?
Hi, yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Mark. As you guys know, we did have some legislation extended to school districts to provide additional liability that was explicitly removed from our pool coverage through PACE. And so what we're finding out is we are continuing to go through rapid iterations of guidance issued from different sources that, even though across the state, a ton of districts are getting a lot of community pressure to change their masking requirements prior to the March 31st deadline. Getting ahead of myself there, that they would be at risk for just being out of compliance with the law. And that would they would lose their liability coverage through the House bill, and they would also be up for that $500 a day per infraction. So that's a big no until the guidance changes that allows us to make more localized controls around that where it becomes less required and more recommended. So we're still getting the final kind of rule on that, but it's pretty clear right now that unless the guidance changed from our official health partners, that we need to maintain masking at least through the 31st. Mike, did that get to your, did I answer the question?
Yeah, and I forgot about that $500 a day per case. I forgot about that fine too, right? But as long as we're, like, when the guidance says this is the date, when we, make that the date we change as well, we're in compliance and we're still protected by that community. It's part, nobody knows for sure till it's tested in the court, whatever, I got you, but like, we're pretty sure.
Yeah. And Mark, thank you for, well, thank you for bringing that up too. I guess that is something to note that in order for a lawsuit to be settled in favor of a claimant, they would have, the burden of proof would be on the person to prove that they got COVID from schools. And that is unprecedented in courts right now. Because it's gone from pandemic to endemic in its community, in the community, that it would be a real challenge for someone to be successful claiming that they were sick from COVID or brought it home to their family based on our school activities. That being said, that doesn't negate our responsibility to provide all the other safety measures that come as well. It's not just masking. So I know that we continue to plan to provide other PPE to keep our HVAC systems running. And I know we're doing other measures as well, just to maintain all of the other protocols we have in place.
Right, yeah, there were a lot of provisions in that law that you had to be in compliance with in order to get the protection, and my boss was one of the early sponsors of it as well. So, yeah, just so as a reminder, that that sort of colloquialism, anybody can sue anybody or anything, still holds true. But what all this law, all the protection did was minimize sort of at the outset of a claim how much you'd have to spend in damages or defending the lawsuit. So anybody can still sue anybody for anything under this provision. It places the bar a little bit higher on what it takes to get a full jury trial. So yeah, Nancy's a lawyer. She'll say anybody can sue anybody for anything, right? A point I want to make sure to make too is that, and you kind of hit on it, just for me, it's going to be important that our climate culture is still such that anyone who chooses to wear a mask is not shunned, is not an outcast, it's just a choice that they're making. I mean, when we cannot wear them in here, I probably won't, but I might wear a mask at the grocery store for a long, I have loved not being sick for 2 years. But that's the weird side of it. So, I mean, probably not all the time, but there's some places where I still may choose to wear a mask, right? So I don't want anybody to be sort of seen as an outcast if they make that choice.
One last thing.
I don't think we're at last things yet, but okay.
I'm sorry. One of the things that popped into my mind is from the ODHS perspective, the March 31st deadline and having the option to wear a mask. It goes for everyone except for those who were granted an exception from the vaccine. Those individuals will still be required to be fully masked in the N95 mask. So that makes a big difference, and it's something that people aren't exactly thinking about. So you're not exactly home free unless you've been officially mandated. So that's the idea from my perspective. That's the lens I was coming from, and I'm wondering, are you thinking the same thing?
Yeah, we are aware that the current guidance does say that. Yeah, so we have been digging into that.
Michelle, can you try to raise your hand? If there's something you want to add?
Yeah, so I have just mostly a few comments. I think first, it's good that we're slowly starting to move away from the pandemic and really move beyond it. I think it's a good step, and it's I'm really glad that we're being able to, even consider like lifting a mandate mentioned, stuff like that. Earlier, there were, I feel like we've kind of moved on, we've really moved on from it, but I wanted to ask people, like, kind of talk about how some areas might require masks still, like in like assemblies and stuff like that, and some do. I think there might be, just just to put it on your radar, like potential issues in implementation of like those areas where it's required. And there might be some pushback. People being like, oh, why is it required here and not required here? And how are you going to like implement that on such a big scale? Especially if you see a lot of backlash. And then also another thing that I feel like was kind of lost was like, so we have students that are medically complex, but we also have students where their family members are, or they have, an elderly family member at home, or like I'm someone where like, my father has a very complex medical condition, and it's like I think I support like have parents being able to, choose what their child does and whether or not they wear a mask. But I think for me personally, and I know a lot of other students still have that fear of like this sudden change, like after March 31st, is this all of a sudden like, it might be kind of like a whiplash in a sense, and it's like really overwhelming. It can be really overwhelming for a lot of people, and then there might be new anxieties around that. If I get sick, like how am I gonna like cope with that and stuff like that. So I kind of wanted to put that out there. And then also like maybe providing better masks if we don't need to require, like for example, at Glencoe, we have masks outside right now that are just like the regular like dental masks, like maybe having more like KN95s for like those students that have family members that are, immunocompromised and stuff like that, and supporting them.
That is a good point, the sort of where we have to require it at a basketball game or an assembly or whatever it might be. I don't love creating that point of conflict where people are gonna be, well, this state says we don't have to do anymore.
Well, we don't know if we're going to have to require it. That's
Right.
That's part of what's
That's fair.
going to happen in the next
That's
year.
fair. All right. Travis, you have something to add?
Yeah, just in light of Michelle's comments and a couple of other comments I've heard tonight, I just wanted to remind everybody that masks remain strongly encouraged by the CDC and OHA, and we're going to continue to strongly encourage them as a mitigation strategy. So if there's any fear that we're going to be stigmatizing kids who come to school with a mask, like to the contrary, if you wear a mask, way to go. I think what we need to do is encourage folks to wear masks so that others feel safe. We don't know whose parents or grandparents are at home and who are compromised with their immune systems or whatever. I mean, we want to protect students' right to not wear a mask at the appropriate time when their guidance changes, but we're going to continue to advocate for all of the mitigation strategies that we have in place, which according to guidance as it changes remain strongly encouraged. So just want to throw that out there so that nobody thinks that we're going to be discouraging masks or stigmatizing mask wearing.
Thanks for that, Travis. Seth, you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in really quickly. I know Michelle was talking about like worrying about pushback within schools for requiring masks in some areas and not in some. I think that I know I said this when we were first talking about COVID stuff at the beginning of the year. As much as it is possible for us to communicate in simple terms, like why decisions were made about a certain place, like why we are requiring them in this area and not others, or like why it's optional here but not there. If we can make that part of our messaging, I think that will encourage compliance, because I know that like when kids don't understand why a policy is in place, they tend to push back against it more, versus if you can explain to them like, actually we have X, Y, and Z reason, then it's easier for them to see and like feel like it's not just something being done to them, that it's something being done for a reason. And I'd like us to encourage us to add that to part of our communication around this subject.
We've heard from everybody a little bit, except Kaylee, welcome. If there's anything you want to add, give you a chance to jump in here.
Yeah, I just think, personally, to me, it's a little scary to think about crowded halls with students that, don't have masks on. It's just scary to me. And just like Michelle was saying, I think it was a great idea to have like better masks available for students who want to be more protected and to feel safer in schools, especially because we have lots of low-income families, and sometimes it's harder for them to get to good masks because they can be pretty expensive. And especially for families who can barely feed, their kids and take their kids to school and barely survive. I think that it's gonna be a little bit difficult for them to get good protection, and I think that we should definitely have that offered for students and families, because all students just want to feel safe in school. And I think that it's a little nerve-wracking to hear that although we still have cases going up, that we're no longer going to be wearing masks, especially to me, it's just a little bit scary. And I know that for other students, it will be as well.
And any other directors, that's just,
Oh.
that's the whole point.
I know. I just want to make sure everybody knows that we have industrial grade 90 N95 and KN95 masks in every school and district building. So if you're having trouble locating them, you can talk to your school office. If your school office has run out, they can request some from their custodian, because we have lots. So.
I feel like some students know about them, but they're not widely known by a lot of kids. A lot of kids that want them don't know about them.
Well, now you can tell them.
Not me individually.
Well, and student representatives who can bring their message to the student body.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to add to the discussion? I know I'm supposed to go last. I didn't really wait to go last, but I guess the only other, another side effect of the considering this or consistently treating it like an operational decision is, I think there's a fairly, the metric statewide might be hit before March 31st. So if the guidance is such that, if this is going to be the thing we do, it feels like spring break is a pretty good spot. So it just feels sort of weird to go home Friday wearing a mask, come back Monday wearing a mask, and then go home the next Friday, as an optional. So by treating this as a operational decision, I think it gives the administrative team the flexibility they need to, if the guidance changes, so that maybe that date even moves up, that we could, whatever the guidance keeps complying with the law and all that kind of stuff, I want to be sure that you guys feel empowered to match our policy, it's not policy, but match what our requirements are with the state guidelines.
Yeah, if the guidance were to change, we would be ready to do that. And then from what I'm hearing, it feels like the board is okay with this direction, and we'll continue to plan this way.
All right. I see why we moved it from we would never made 7 o'clock. All right, so next thing is, audience time and then consent agenda, right? Okay, looks like we have some members there. We have some online people as well. Okay, and we also have lots of written statements in your board area where you can see them. Hopefully you had a chance to look at them. Maybe look at 12 or 13. I think there may be more than that by now, but 3 o'clock or so there were that many. So and I would say, early it was no mask, no mask, no mask. But not lately. We've had a little more of hey, I really wish we would keep it. So it's worth reading the perspectives of all of our constituents and parents. Okay, for those of you who are here for audience time, I have to read this first. It's sort of the deal. Public participation in board meetings is governed by policy BDDH. Visitors who wish to speak before the board must complete an intent to speak card available at the top of the HSD homepage or at the table at the entrance of the boardroom, and submit it via the Google form, by email, or in person to the executive assistant of the board of directors, Rose Ramon. Commenters should include their name and if speaking for an organization, the name of the organization. A spokesperson should be designated to represent a group with a common purpose. Up to 3 minutes at the board's discretion will be allowed for comment. Commenters may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but in public sessions, the board will not hear comments regarding any individual district staff member. Commendations involving staff members should be sent to the superintendent. Channels for the board's review of legitimate complaints involving individuals include board policy AL public complaints. If appropriate, the board chair will connect a visitor with the administrator to receive comments regarding personnel. Any hearing conducted before the board regarding personnel shall take place in an executive session. Comments aimed at state and federally protected classes shall be prohibited. Anger, rudeness, ridicule, obscene or profane language, impatience, lack of respect for others, and personal attacks are not acceptable. Demonstrations in support or opposition to a speaker or idea are not permitted. The board thanks all visitors for their presence and appreciates the input of community members. So
Thank you,
we're
Mark.
on the microphone and stuff.
Yeah, I would invite anyone who's here in person. We have a seat here for the public comment speaker. I would invite you to come up and talk to the owl. The owl is what's picking up your voice. So either the owls project your voice at the owl.
And what
I
the
was-
owl is that white thing.
Yes,
that
that
you're
looks
looking at.
like it's staring at you. So there were 14 people who either online or in person submitted an intent to share information with the board. By my count, there are 8 people who wish to speak, either in person or online. But just to make sure I don't get anything wrong, I will go down each of the names and then just double check if I misunderstood anybody's intention of how to address the board. So our first 3
And
speakers.
just to the folks who are here, thank you so much for joining us. I think we are at our people, I think we always resolve policies, please plan ahead if you want to speak to the board. But I think people are generally have the expectation that you can show up on board meeting night, sign up and speak to us, which pre-pandemic was definitely the case, and that's how we would like it to be. So I think we're at our capacity limit, and I encourage you to stay for as long as you'd like to stay. But if when you're finished, you wanted to leave and follow the rest of the proceedings online, it may give the opportunity for somebody who is out there to come in. So please stay for as long as you'd like to stay. Don't feel any pressure to leave, but if you do, somebody else may have an opportunity to speak to the board and find out. Sorry about that.
That's okay. All right, so the first 3 speakers, just so the rest of you can prepare, would be Camille Hammond, who I believe is here in person, Spencer Dickinson, who I know is here in person, and then Zach Adzima, who's joining us online. Those are the first 3. So Camille, if you would like to come to the seat.
I'm Camille Hammond, and thank you, school board and administration, for allowing us the chance to be in person. I am speaking tonight on behalf of over 450 members of the Hillsboro School District community who have signed a letter asking for a resolution from the district that masks be made optional on or before March 31st, as soon as allowed by the state. The letter, along with the PDF link to the signatures, is available in your board packets. We will be happy and cautiously optimistic after hearing the update tonight, so thank you. We appreciate that HSD has led the way in allowing masks optional outside. We are also grateful that Hillsboro did not shut down sports in January when the Oregon Health Authority recommended that districts do so. And we also know that Hillsboro worked extremely hard to keep schools open during the Omicron surge and largely succeeded in doing so. We are happy to hear that Hillsboro is planning on continuing to lead to put the needs of students first by allowing masks to be optional for teachers, staff, and students as soon as allowed to do so. We know that the Oregon Health Authority is not making this easy for school districts, but we are grateful that we are proceeding forward with this chance. And I'd like to share several of the comments received in addition to the signatures, and I share this with their permission. The first is from a preschool teacher in the district. She said, I'm a pre-K teacher in HSD and parent of 3 children in HSD schools. Teaching in a mask destroyed my voice. Even after speech therapy, my voice is still not back to full strength. I constantly have to ask my students to repeat themselves and spend much of the day asking them to pull up masks or replacing masks that were soiled or misplaced. We have made our sacrifices to keep everyone safe for 2 years. Now is the time for us to reap our reward. The teachers are ready, the parents are ready, the students are ready. Do not delay another minute in making masks optional for all. Another parent said, "We are a high-risk family. My kindergartner has a congenital heart defect that required 3 open heart surgeries and now a lifetime of daily heart medications. I'm not going to lie, I liked the idea of a mask mandate before my high-risk child had the opportunity to get the COVID vaccine. I believed it allowed him to go back to school with some protection until he could be vaccinated. He's had the opportunity to be vaccinated now, and I agree with the points in this petition. Allow families to choose. I feel comfortable sending my high-risk child to school without a mask mandate in place. Why are we still waiting?" Personally, I have had the chance to substitute teach in the district this year, and you can feel the sadness, fear, and anxiety in some of the schools and classrooms. I've had students afraid when I pull down my mask to smile at the beginning of the day or when I remove my mask outside. I know of 13-year-old girls that have said they will not remove their masks even after it is not required because they don't want anyone to see their face. Please choose to put smiles ahead of fear. We know it will not be an easy road, but please commit to making masks optional for Hillsboro School District. And we are thankful that this is the direction you are trying to head in.
Thank you, Camille. Spencer, you're next, then Zach, then Leah Odell, who I believe is also here in person.
Thanks for being a sub. We talked for a lot this year about how few we have.
All right, my name is Spencer Dickinson, and I'm a senior at Hillsboro High School. Thank you all for discussing ways to go mask optional, as the state does. I really think that's a good way to go. And I think that just because I feel like at this point in time, the drawbacks of mandating masks in our schools outweigh the benefits of them. The way I see it right now, I feel like a mask mandate does very little. When you look at other states that don't mandate masks in their schools, the curves look roughly the same, especially with Omicron. I think it's also important to consider that we students are around each other, 6-7 hours a day. We don't wear masks at lunch while we're eating, and we're around each other after school often, without masks. And so I just feel like this mask mandate doesn't do a ton, especially since people can still, choose to wear masks, and that is completely acceptable. We do have vaccines, and we do have some safety measures in place. I also feel like there are some legitimate drawbacks from mandating masks in schools. I, as a student, have noticed that people actually talk a lot less and socialize a lot less. I remember watching just a video of a couple years ago in school, and I was just trying to figure out what was so different. And it's just quiet now. And I really feel like masks have a big effect on that. I also feel like people ignore each other and the teachers more. Maybe some of that was because of online schooling, but I feel like when you wear a mask, it kind of creates that a lot easier. Another thing about the mask mandate, I think it would be good to remove is because mandates don't listen to special cases. I'm a special case with masks. I actually black out really easily. And when I wear a mask, that chance happens a lot more. And so I've had to leave a couple of classes because I started to hyperventilate. And there's not really anything I can do there. And I know I'm just one person, but I feel like in general, we should try to put the choice back in the people's hands. Just because I feel like at this point, the hospitalization rates are going down, the numbers are going down. I just think it's about time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Spencer. All right, we're gonna go to Zach, who's online, then Leah, and then Nicole Probst, who may be online and may have just submitted a comment. We'll see.
Hello, my name is Zach Adsma. I'm here to voice my disappointment that a member of the school board would go so far as to push against the private right of a student to express a gender they were not assigned at birth, and then to have the gall to voice the Second Amendment as a defense. I meant the First Amendment, I'm sorry. Where it states that Congress shall make no law supporting a religion because it was unfair for a government agency to do so. Well, I know that this is not a direct this is not Congress. The proof that this was used as the defense of this action shows that it was nothing but a blind defense for homophobia, or that they had no idea what they were using it to defend. It's also, in my mind, hypocritical to use religion that preaches about love to spread hate. in that way. And it's just a messed up thing to do. Even though I'm not one of the people directly affected by that, by the ideas of that thing, it still is painful to watch it be used to attack fellow students. That's all I have really to say.
Zach. Okay, next is Leah, and then Nicole Probst, and then Afton Stoddard.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak tonight. It sounds like the district's going kind of in the direction that I was hoping for, so this might be a little bit redundant, but I'm just going to read it anyways. So my name is Leah Odell. I'm a parent of a 7th grader attending middle school in the Hillsboro School District. And I'm here to ask that you remove the at-school mask mandate no later than March 31st. Basically, the bottom line is the vast majority of people have had the option of being protected against hospitalization due to the COVID virus. The entirety of the school's district students and staff aged 5 and up, along with their families, have had the option of being vaccinated against COVID since October 29th, 2021. The vaccine is at no cost for anyone who wants one and has been widely available to all. And on top of that, masks are fairly easily to attain to most everyone who feels safer wearing one. Basically, you know, like you've been saying all along, families of students and staff feel safe without a mask, when they should have the option to go about their day without one at this point. If they feel safer while wearing a mask, they should be able to wear one. And I put that it would be great if the district offered the KN95s to those who feel they would benefit. I didn't know that was offered, so maybe some communication that they are available, like Michelle was saying, would be helpful. I'm just asking, I'm hearing a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear, and I'm asking everyone to just move past this fear. The fear of unmasking, the fear of upsetting people, just move past it. It's time to give people an option to remove these face coverings. And it's time for students to see their teachers in person and unobstructed for the first time in over 2 years. It's time to get back to an environment where a smile can assure someone, make a new friend, and lighten the mood. It's time. I voted for many of you on this board and rejoiced in your win because I knew that you would always fight the good fight. Now is your chance to do just that. Move past the fear, be brave. You have the opportunity to make a great impact on a lot of lives. And I just want to add, there's been a lot of talk about protecting those people who want to continue wearing a mask, but it goes the other way too. Because in this environment, if you walk around without a mask, you are also looked at. You're looked at as someone who doesn't care for the needs of other people. And that's just not so. So when you're focused on protecting those people wearing a mask, know that there's an other side too. Many of us have been fearful about getting vaccinated and did anyways for the greater good. And I just want to make sure those people are protected too that do decide to go maskless, because that could be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. I don't see Nicole Probst on the screen, and I had noted that she just had a written comment, but
yes.
And same with Afton. Is that accurate? Okay, then I have Tanya Johnson, who I believe is online, and then next up is Sylvia Playstead, who I think is here next.
I don't believe that Tanya is here and didn't confirm whether or not she would speak. So I think we can go ahead and move on to Sylvia.
Okay, we'll go Sylvia, and then next up will be Ashley Northam, who I do see on the screen. Sylvia, yeah.
So thank you, school board. My name is Sylvia Playstead. I'm a parent of 5 children that attend the Hillsboro School District. I wanted to read something that the American Academy of Pediatrics has posted on their website. Their summary of findings, data available as of 2/17/22, cumulative number of child COVID-19 cases stand at 12,515,391. They represent 19% of all cases. However, cumulative hospitalizations, 25 states reporting. Children ranged from 1.4% through 4.6% of their total accumulated hospitalizations. And among those children hospitalized, the cumulative mortality of 46 states reporting children were 0.0% through 0.15% of all COVID-19 deaths. And 3 states have reported 0 child deaths. The risk factor for COVID-19 for children is minimal. And I appreciate that the board is moving towards making masking optional, because I do think that we are now seeing a greater risk towards mental health with children. Our suicide rate is vastly higher than our COVID death rate for children 0 through 24 years of age. I have a child who for the first time needs mental health help. And our therapist told us in a large part it's due to schools being shut down for as long as they were being isolated. And masks are a reminder that COVID and things aren't going to get back to normal. I want the board to know that when they had the choice to reopen schools, it affected people in dangerous ways. And I'm worried you guys are going to make the same decision. So I'm asking you to look at the data and make a different choice. It looks like you're headed that way, but you've been cautiously optimistic before and you voted a different way. Moving forward, I hope that the communication from the schools, from the school district is clear. I appreciate that you've moved up the timeline. Before, communication was going to go out the day before school break started, the spring break started. So I ask you to please keep communication open and make it swift for the parents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sylvia. Next up is Ashley Northam, and then potentially Christina Quayle and Destiny McCabe.
I'm in a Starbucks home from work. Hope you can hear me. My name is Ashley Northam. I have 3 children who attend Hillsboro School District. I am also a speech language pathologist who works with children in preschool through K-12 settings. I adamantly ask you to please make masks optional. I see in my work in another district that there are obvious delays and impacts affecting students. I see an increase in referrals for special education, especially for communication in the areas of stuttering, articulation, and acquisition of language. Our referrals are through the roof. I see children who are hearing impaired drastically impacted by not being able to hear and see faces and lips for lip reading. I see the impact on learning for those students who are emergent readers and emergent language learners. We have been masked for 2 years now. It is time for parents to decide about masks. I know many dedicated, talented teachers in this district who are ready for the mask to come off, ready to teach their students with their full face and expressions being visible. Communication is largely nonverbal, which includes full facial expressions and body language. We know that our students desperately need a return to normal and a reduction of anxiety and barriers. This is the happiest I've been at one of your board meetings in 2 years. I want to applaud you and Superintendent Scott because I highly edited my comments. I am hopeful and willing to support you in moving forward with mask optional. Please do that. It makes sense to keep them as an option. It makes sense to me to keep them for medically fragile environments. It makes sense. Please move forward. I hope the union will support you. I am very hesitant and worried because last March, it looked great until the union threw down an MOA. So, or MOU. I hope that will not happen. I hope that we have union support. And I would ask the union, if they are in support, that they publicly state that, because parents are fearful. We know what happened last March and we don't want to see that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. I believe the next 4 just submitted comments, but I'm going to say the names, and if you hear your name and you want to speak, please let us know. Christina Quayle, Destiny McCabe, Gina Dimmitt, Day Decker. And if that's the case, then we just have one more person who would like to address the board, and she's here in person. That is Lynn Harris.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Harris. I've been living in Hillsboro. I'm older than this, but I've been living here for 50 years almost, so but I'm a little older than that. I'm a little off topic. One of the action items which passed at the January school board meeting was to put signs up at each school entrance announcing this school is a gun-free zone. One board member expressed a concern to the contrary and referenced an article by Michael Martin, which was published by the U.S. Concealed Carry Association, entitled "Inside School Shootings, What Have We Learned?" I highly recommend that each board member read that article, which is available online, and it's actually has 3 parts. As a parent and a teacher, I know you are better off to keep the exact consequences for misbehavior or disobedience general. Never show your hand. So too with school safety. It is better to leave the matter of what defense precautions have been put in place as a question mark than to advertise that there are none. Advertising that a particular school is a gun-free zone, although seemingly virtuous, really is an invitation to a person intent on creating mayhem, because he knows no one in authority will be able to stop him in a timely fashion. Martin, in studying the most well-known school shootings, found that the most damage was accomplished in the first 5 to 9 minutes. It is not magazine capacity or rate of fire that are the culprits. It is the uninterrupted time these shooters have in gun-free zones. It takes time to notify police. It takes time for police to travel. It takes time for them to formulate a plan on where and how best to enter the building. These shooters know that a counterattack will only come from outside, and until they hear the sirens, they know they still have time. Although Martin writes mostly about preventative school safety measures, he does mention other well-known tragic situations, like the Century Theater in Aurora, Colorado, which, by the way, Century Theater was the only theater out of 7 within 20 minutes of each other, which had posted no gun signs. He also mentions the new Department of Homeland Security program, which addresses surviving an active shooter, which stresses 3 responses: hide, flee, and fight. And he goes on to describe how some brave staff and students were able to defend themselves and others by disrupting the shooter, preventing him from entering a classroom, and or actually attacking him using classroom objects. Because the shooter does not want to be slowed down, he will move on.
Are you pretty close to done?
I'm 2 sentences. In closing, now that you have opened the can of worms, I hope that you will take the time to read these 3 articles, which, like I said, they're all together online. and educate yourselves and then attempt to help our schools defend themselves. Thank you.
Is everyone done?
Yes.
Wasn't going to my normal. All right, our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Lee?
Yes, I would like to remove the courses from the consent agenda.
Okay, can you say that in form of motion? So now, oh no, I guess that's probably right.
Yep, she just
Right,
requested,
so,
and then we can move on to
Right.
someone making a motion.
yeah, I guess a reminder, the consent agenda is designed to be topics that nobody wants to discuss. So if somebody wants to discuss them, you can take them up, no big deal. So, does somebody like to make a motion? So, we will put that in our action items. At the end of our action. Somebody like to make a motion to approve the amended consent agenda.
I move that the board of directors approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Been moved by Director Lopez and seconded by Director Ward that we approve an amended consent agenda. Is there any discussion?
Just a clarification that we're moving, is it item?
Item
three?
5. Of
Oh,
high
5.
school courses,
Got it, okay.
to the end of our action. Any other discussion? Seeing none, you can make a roll call vote, please.
Lisa Allen. Kim.
Aye.
Erica Lopez.
Aye.
Lydia Martinez.
Aye.
Nancy Thomas.
Aye.
Monique Ward.
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. Consent agenda has been approved. Yes, I thought he was first. No?
Yeah.
That thing. Oh, so it's an action item. Oh, I was like a report. Sorry, Dan, you're an actual action item. Right. So we move to the action item portion of our agenda, and our first up is to adopt the resolution approving Northwest Regional Education Service District Local Services Plan. I believe Mike and Dan will run us through a presentation.
Yeah, so each year we do adopt a local service plan, and it's required that the ESD get district support on this. And so you can see on the situation, the percentage that is required on that. But we've asked Dan to come and just share some of the information, some of the highlights that's going on with the ESD, as well as some of the priorities and focus areas. So Dan, take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Superintendent Scott. And good to see you, Chairman Watson, and members of the board. I'm happy to be joined by Lisa Pulitz, who's the representative for Hillsboro School District on the board, on the Northwest Regional ESD board. I know she's excited to address the board, and I'm about to turn it over to her. But I do want to take this opportunity before we get going on this presentation to, first of all, thank Lisa for her service and her representation of your board on the with the ESD. Lisa is finishing her 11th year in that role, and I believe, as the board knows, she will be stepping down from that position, and will be asking the Hillsboro board to entertain an appointment of a new board member to finish out her term. And so we're looking forward to that, and at the same time, do want to take time to recognize Lisa. She's truly an amazing board member. Always has students at her forefront and the Hillsboro School District. I know she'll be sorely missed. So with that, Lisa, I think I'm going to turn the mic over to you for a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Good evening, Chair Watson, Superintendent Scott, and board members. As Dan mentioned, we're here this evening to present the 2022-23 annual report and local service plan for your approval. One of the best things about Northwest Regional ESD is that its 20 component superintendents They are who research, wrestle with, and decide on the programs and staff development offered by Northwest Regional each year. The 20 superintendents have developed and approved the plan that is before you this evening. Next page. Not sure who's clicking. Great, hi. There are 9 directors representing the largest education service district in Oregon. 5 of these directors are elected by the component school districts, while 4 additional ones are appointed by the other 5 people to represent the key areas within our community, such as secondary education, higher education, social services, business, and at large. My position, Zone 3, represents the Hillsboro School District attendance area only. Some of the other zones, one of them has up to 10 school districts that it represents, much smaller ones. Next page. As you may know, by statute, each year all Oregon ESDs must develop a local service plan, and it must be approved by our board and then also approved by all the school districts by March 1st, by 2/3 of the school districts by March 1st. So our annual report that we're presenting tonight can be divided into multiple areas. We'll go to the next page. You'll find from this menu that on page 8 is an overview, overall summary, then the overall financial summary is on page 14, and then Hillsboro specific information is on 27. And then that's for your last year's financial information and what programs you use. And on page 55 is the local service plan for 2022-23 that we're looking for approval. Next slide. You can do one more. Our 20 component school districts encompass all of Clatsop, Columbia, Tillamook, and Washington counties. Because of their sheer size, Northwest Regional ESD has an enviable economy of scale that provides its superintendents greater influence in lobbying legislatures and negotiating contracts. But it is because of the work of the Northwest Regional's highly skilled staff that their ideas are sought after around the state. Next. So our vision and our mission, we seek to educate, equip, and inspire each student to achieve his or her full potential and enrich their communities. We do this by partnering with the communities within Northwest Regional ESD to improve student learning, providing access to equitable, high-quality services and support. Next. And to accomplish this, the ESD has identified 6 collective commitments that support our vision and mission. We are dedicated to an equitable education for all students. Next. So this is our actual annual plan. First up is our demographic information. This slide shows you what percentage are English language learners, those who receive free and reduced lunch, and those who receive special ed, and then also our racial demographics for the 4 county regions. Next. On the financial side, this shows you where our revenue comes forth. There are 2 areas that we are talking about tonight here of total revenue that's shown there. The state school fund and timber and the property taxes are the 2 areas in which the plan that we're talking to you about tonight are. The other resources or other programs within the ESD. And this also shows you where our expenditures are. Thank you. And next. Great. And then this starts showing you the Hillsboro information. By different areas. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dan at this point.
All right. Thanks so much, Lisa. Well, it's really good to be with the board again this year. Unfortunately, we're not in person yet, but it sounds like we're getting closer and closer. Before I get into the specifics here on how Hillsboro uses its resources that are come through the state school fund and through the ESD, I did want to point out that I really thought you had a very healthy discussion as a board about the current state of affairs. To me, it was a model for positive civic behavior. And I just wanted to applaud the board. I've been to many, many school board meetings over the last few weeks and months. And I think you should take great pride in the work that you do in Hillsboro, in Superintendent Scott and his staff, who I've been engaged with throughout the pandemic. And I just wanted to point that out to the board. It really was a pleasure to hear a good, solid debate and to see that done in a respectful way. So now I'll get back into the program here. So like Lisa just pointed out, we're talking about the state school fund resources. And on the previous slide, you don't have to go back, but you notice that our budget is made up of a lot more than the state school fund. And just for a broad stroke for the board, a lot of those resources are state contracts and federal contracts. And we are, just so you know, the ESD provides, we're the largest provider of early childhood special education services in the state and of course in our region. And that's a very large contract. So our birth to 5 services are a big part of what we do and what we do with Hillsboro. We also have large grants and highly specialized special education staff who serve students with oftentimes the most severe disability. The conversation you had tonight about students with high medical needs and medical students, that's a big student group that we support directly through grant dollars and as well through purchasing of services through the LSP. Okay, so we have a special relationship with Hillsboro as compared to 18 of our 20 districts. So Hillsboro and Beaverton, you see here the local service plan resources on this page. You notice that the pie graph here is all one color. The other districts in the LSP leave 25% of the state school fund resources at the ESD, and then we collaboratively across the region determine how we are going to best utilize those dollars. Beaverton and Hillsboro, because of sheer size, have elected, and we have an agreement that you take the full amount of resource that are available through the state school fund for the ESD, and I'll get into the way that flows in a moment. And then Hillsboro has full discretion about how to spend those resources back at the ESD or to take those funds in transit and spend them in a different manner. That's a different relationship. And as you can see on the right side, these are broken down into our 4 legislated areas that we must provide services to. And it gives you a snapshot, kind of a high-level snapshot of the way Hillsboro is using their resources back with the ESD. Next slide, please. This drills down a little bit deeper into some of our larger program buckets. And I won't read this whole slide to you, but I will take a little bit of time with it. And so starting from the right-hand corner there, and work my way clockwise across this diagram, we provide and coordinate the services through your dual credit services through a program called Northwest Promise. Next year, we're combining our services with the Willamette ESD, and which will give us even more the post-secondary institutions in terms of secondary credits for your students who are in high school. And so this is actually a look back to last year, because that's, the year is done. And you can see that we saved students in this program in your district over $260,000 in tuition by getting kids a running start into college. And you can go around the wheel. We do a Medicaid administrative claiming program with you, a large program and a growing program that we are engaged with Hillsboro in is around diverse educator pathways. We have a number of high school students, but a large number of classified staff in your district and some community members who are working towards becoming teachers or other licensed professionals in your district. Excitingly, one of the plays that Hillsboro continues to spend resources at the ESD is in grant writing services. And we've been able to, year over year, this is one of those exciting things that I get to talk to the board about. We get to maximize, and we have maximized that smaller investment into quite a number of powerful grant opportunities and grant awards for the district. So the 2 largest here in particular was a preschool promise expansion grant that was over $400,000. And Of course, I didn't have my notes up in front of me. And a Meyer Memorial Trust grant that further expanded Latinx mentorship program in the district. So some really good return on investment there. We serve your students in outdoor school. It has been unfortunately indoor school. We are very hopeful the next year we will be returning to the great outdoors for outdoor school, big program of ours. And then you can see on the left-hand side, I won't read these all to you, but we do quite a lot of work with the Hillsboro School District in special education. It's the lion's share of our relationship with Hillsboro is the direct service provided to students in the special education, including direct service to kids who are, for instance, deaf, hard of hearing. Also, you have a number of students, I believe it's over 40 students, 45 students who are placed in special social emotional learning schools in Washington. Okay, next slide. And please interrupt me with questions if you. All right, so that was a good look back. This really what we're asking the board to do tonight is Lisa described is take a vote on the plan moving forward. So this is about our projections for next year. Go ahead. This slide is dense. I would like to spend just a touch on it with you. I think there's a little animation here if you just want to click it forward. I think there's a little bubble. There you go. So before we get into the whole flow, up above in that small print, there's some important information there about what the local service plan must be by Oregon statute. And so we must address special education, we must address technology, we must address instruction, which in the statute is actually referred to as school improvement, and administrative services. Now, you, as Hillsboro, you can elect in or out of any of the services, but this is what the plan needs to address. In our plan, we've constructed into three major buckets. One is the core services, and like I said, Hillsboro doesn't participate in the core services like other districts, but there's a little nuance there, and I'll get into it in a moment. And then there's a menu of services, which is what districts can participate. And then we have the student success. And so this plan has all three components. The way the money works is the state school fund comes, we're estimating that $53.1 million in the state school fund through the ESD. ESD in the state get 4.5% of the total state school fund. And then it's a portion based on enrollment. And you'll see in my next slide, we have a kind of a declining enrollment situation in our region, and it does impact the level of resource that comes through the LSP. And unfortunately, the trend is down on that. But as that money moves across this graph, you see that ESD takes 10% of that to pay for our own operations. We have roofs and buildings too, just like you all. And then 90% of it is allocated out to districts. Like I said, Hillsboro takes the full 90%. And so that next part of the graphic has it going in two ways, but Hillsboro just comes to Hillsboro. And that's when you make decisions as a district about what services you will purchase. Okay, next slide. This is the little graphic on enrollment. I know this is not new news to Hillsboro, but it is interesting. We have some districts in our region that actually have enrollment that's stayed pretty consistent through the pandemic, and even a few that have gone up. But we as a region, the way that these resources work, this portion of the state school fund, we as a region get money as a regional enrollment. In our regional enrollment is going down. And the important part of this graph is that are those blue numbers in the middle of the green graph. That's our proportional share of the state school fund in the region based on enrollment. And you can see each year it's been ticking down as a proportional share. And so that has an impact, even if we were in a district with enrollment that was going up, because our region is going down, they will be getting less of a proportional share of the state school fund moving forward until that trend hopefully turns around. That's kind of how the enrollment works with the SD. Okay, next slide, please. Oh man, this thing again. I think there's animation on this. It's not a mistake. If you could hit the slide forward again. Okay, So this just shows that Hillsboro the whole share. Okay, next slide. All right, so here's the core services. As I said, Hillsboro doesn't participate in the same way, but there are some important investments that Hillsboro does make that have regional benefit. And so I just want to commend the district, both you and Beaverton. You do, by nature of the investments, especially in this instructional area, and I'll point them out to you, you do make a big difference for your neighboring school districts who don't necessarily have the volume of resources and supports that exist in Hillsboro. I think there's some animation on this screen as well. If you could just hit the button forward. Yeah, there you go. So here's the two lines where Hillsboro and Beaverton both provide resources back to, I would like to describe it as back to the core and back to all the other districts in the region. So you see here that you have invested in professional development strands or networks, as we call them, in this fund called Regional Innovations. And those are the amounts from both Hillsboro and Beaverton together. And so just a little bit about those. That first line, the professional development standards, Hillsboro participates in quite a number of our professional development offerings at the ESD. So you have teams that are attending our instructional coaching network, so helping your TOSAs and other instructional coaches to be effective coaches. And you also participate in our social emotional mental health network focused on kids' social emotional learning. You participate in our 9th grade success network, which has had a big impact on your district's 9th grade graduation readiness scores, I guess I would say. And then our diverse educator pathway program, which I referenced before. And then down below, the regional innovations investment. That's where we have grant writing, the Northwest Promise has that return on investment for students in terms of tuition and getting a head start in college. And we also partner with the district on a number of early learning projects as well through those funds. So I think it's money that has served the district well, but it also does support your neighbors in the smaller districts. Next slide. This is just pure money. This is actually not what the board is voting on, but I do want to give a picture of like a kind of scale we're talking about. So as you see here, the first column is our state school fund share and how the money flows to the ESD. You have the 10% operations taken out, and then Beaverton and Hillsboro take their share out, and then the remaining 18 districts leave 25% of their resources to the core, and we do a number of things there. And then the rest are of the funds that are left over are for purchasing specific menu items that I'll talk about here. Next slide. And here it is, the big menu of services. So there's quite a lot that we provide, and it's quite a big breadth. I know I've been in front of your board a number of times. I still feel pretty new at the ESD, probably because we've just been navigating this pandemic, and it still amazes me the breadth and the scope of our particular ESD. We're the largest, and we really do provide the most breadth of programmatic support to our districts. And as a former district superintendent who worked in a different ESD, when I got here, I was pleasantly surprised about the number of things that we actually do and do well. So you see here's the kind of things that you can participate on the administrative side, in technology, and you do quite a bit of technology purchase. But your big purchases here are in the special education side of the house in terms of these LSP resources. Okay, next slide. And lastly, the last bucket that we'll talk about tonight is the Student Success Act. As you know, you have your student investment account. At the ESD, ESDs were afforded a small technical assistance grant, and we use those resources to do basically 3 things to support the district's planning and implementation of their SIAs. The first bucket here we like to call the getting and keeping the money bucket. And so we help you create, monitor, and report on your student investment account plans. That's through grant writing. We do a lot of data management work with districts around setting growth targets. We have a communications and a community engagement program that we've partnered with districts around as well. The next bucket is really about building capacity in districts to do these things that are in your plans and do them really well. So for instance, like the social emotional learning network that you're participating in, you're participating in that because you need investments in your student investment account plan to improve student social emotional learning and to invest in that area. And so you're in professional development with us. And that's the beauty of how we construct our plan. We do that in conjunction with the superintendents and their lead staff like Travis and others in your district. And we try to arrange our support services to meet the needs of the districts. And that last bucket there is about measuring the impact. And we're really excited this year. The superintendents agreed this fall that we wanted to do lean back into instructional leadership and work on our own leadership and instruction as superintendents together as a group. I think people have recognized that we've been in emergency management and that we would need to pull back from our work together, big focus on instruction. And so that's the last part of this bucket. Next slide and final slide. Oh, not the final slide. I'm sorry. These are just a listing of the individual type of programs that are available to the school districts through the Student Success Act Technical Assistance Grant. You can see all the networks, and you participate in a number of these: ninth grade success, social emotional learning. Like I said, the instructional coaching. You see those in the middle. And the other components around community engagement, support, and data management, et cetera, are all there. We also run your regional educator network. So we're the backbone agency for the REN. And I know Superintendent Scott's been highly involved in the REN, and we have a number of projects going in Hillsboro that really seek to diversify the workforce and support staff and students of color to feel like they belong and to progress in the school district and other school districts. And you see the other services there as well. Okay, that was a lot for me. And I tried to rapid fire it, but I'm happy to take questions. I know Lisa would be happy to take questions as well. And then on the next slide, we do have a proposed motion for the.
Thank you for being with us tonight, Dan and Lisa. Thank you for your service. Anybody have any questions for Dan or Lisa?
I guess one question that I had, Dan, was just on this is Erica, by the way, just a question on the professional development and the pathways. Is under any of those umbrellas, is there any like mentorship, especially thinking about like moving from licensed staff to also administration, or creating just kind of a pipeline for that as well?
We do. The majority of those types of programs exist through our regional educator network. So through the REN, the REN, it's governed by a coordinating body. You actually have, I believe it's Superintendent Scott and then another licensed professional from your district on the REN. And there are a number of change ideas, and one of them is mentors of color for staff of color. That's a big piece. And then the Diverse Educator Pathway Program has a strong mentoring component where we actually are side by side with aspiring educators through that program too. And it's quite a bit of resource there as well. So it's not a small part of our budget. Did that answer your question, Erica?
Yes, thank you, Dan.
Not to like Dan's slide, but we have our own language for the motion. If anybody would like to make a motion.
Thank you, Dan.
I move that the Board of Directors adopt a resolution approving the Northwest Regional ESD Local Service Plan for 2022-23.
Been moved by Director Lopez and seconded by Director Kim that the Board of Directors adopt a resolution approving the Northwest Regional Education Service District Local Service Plan for 2022 and 2023. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Kim,
Aye.
Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas. Aye. Monique Ward. Aye. Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. Thanks for being with us tonight, folks. Thank you.
Mark, can I say something real quick? Sorry, I raised my hand, but I had my video off because of my cat and I forgot, so apologies. I just wanted to say goodbye and thank you very much to Lisa for so many years of service to our district. We appreciate your representation so much, and you may not know that Lisa was on the Hillsboro School District Board of Directors for quite a while, even before my time. So we just really appreciate your service to our community and wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Even before your time. Okay. Our next agenda item is to award the contract roofing as Adam Willis. Oh, look at that.
I'm here.
Present the way.
Okay, I've got three contracts to award tonight. The first is a roofing project that we have at the Walnut Street Transportation Center. And we are asking to award that to Snyder Roofing. And I'm happy to answer any questions. This is a portion of the transportation and upgrades that we're going to be doing this summer. The rest of that bid is going to be open later next week. So I'll be back again next month with the balance of the work at the transportation center on Walnut Street.
Trying to get this all done this summer.
Yep.
Anybody have any questions for Adam? Would anybody like to make a motion in our packet?
I move that the Board of Directors award the contract for roofing upgrades at Walnut Street Transportation Center to Snyder Roofing for the bid amount of $342,495.
Second?
It's been moved by Director Kim and seconded by Director Allen that the Board of Directors award the contract for roofing upgrades at Walnut Street Transportation Center to Snyder Roofing for the bid amount of $342,495. Any further discussion? Seeing none, you can call the roll, please.
Yes. Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Kim,
Aye.
Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas. Aye. Monique Ward. Aye. Mark Watson.
Aye, the motion carries. Next up is painting.
Yes, this is the exterior painting of the Hill High School. This is going to be, I think, knock on wood, the last project at Hill High this bond cycle. But it's, what's that?
We don't believe you.
I'm not sure I believe it either. But anyway, that's another one of our summer 2022 projects that we're excited to take on. You'll note that there's a base bid amount and then an alternate. We're asking that you award both. The alternate is for the covered walkway areas in addition to the main buildings. So again, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Adam?
I guess, Adam, just on this one, why did we have the alternate amount separate than the original bid?
Because we weren't sure we were going to be able to afford them both, but the bids came in such that we were able to do both the base bid and the alternate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody like to make a motion?
I move that the Board of Directors award the contract for Hillsboro High School exterior painting project to Williamson and Blade for the base bid amount of $168,761 and bid alternate number one amount of $45,739.
Second?
been moved by Director Lopez and seconded by Director Ward, Board of Directors, award the contract for Hillsboro High School exterior painting project to Williamson and Lee for the base bid amount of $168,761 and the bid alternate number one amount of $45,739. That, oh, Alan, okay. Who did I say?
40.
Oh, all right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can you call the roll, please?
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Kim,
Aye.
Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas,
Aye.
Monique Ward, Mark Watson.
Aye, motion carries. All right, bus drop off, Adam.
Yes, so this is the last of our parent bus drop-off improvement projects as part of the bond. This one is at Tobias Elementary School, and we're very excited to have this one bid, and we got a great price on it, so we're excited to get this done.
Any questions for Adam?
Yep, just one. So what's the difference with the base amount here and the bid
I
alternative?
knew you were going to ask me that, and I can't remember. Let me look that one up and I'll get back to you in a board update. How about that?
I'm guessing it was something we hope to afford to do and.
Yeah, exactly. I just can't remember what the alternate was on this project.
Tobias Homer, I hope to see a picture in our board packet and the supporting documents, and did not see a picture, so, I'm looking, I still think of that as my home school, so.
Good.
So
Well, I can tell you that the intent of the project is, like we've done at other schools, to separate the buses and the parents. So we're adding a new entrance into the backside of the campus for buses specifically and staff. They'll have their own parking, and then the rest of the traffic and students will come in from the east side.
So like through that back neighborhood?
Yep, that's where the buses will come through. Yes.
So Adam, even though you don't remember specifically, are we saying that we awarded both, or we got all the work done for both?
Yes, we're doing the entire project, both the base bid and the alternate.
Okay, so we got everything we needed with that.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
I move that the board of directors award the contract for improvements to the parent bus drop-off at Tobias Elementary School and bid alternate one be awarded to Peel Inc. for the base bid amount of $730,000 and the bid alternate number one amount of $38,600.
Second.
Been moved by me and seconded by Director Martinez that the board of directors award the contract for improvements to the parent bus drop-off at Tobias Elementary School and bid alternate number one be awarded to Peel Inc. for the base bid amount of $730,000 and the bid alternative amount number one amount of $38,600. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say that this area of improvement with our bond money is something that is so significant in every campus that you go to our elementary. And just the safety improvements and the traffic flow has been just amazing to be able to go to the school. I've been to a couple in the morning drop-offs, and it's much better for pedestrian students crossing, but also just for the flow of traffic sometimes that spilled over into public right-of-way streets. So it's much needed, and thank you, Adam, for all your work on this.
You bet. I agree that separation of buses out was tremendous everywhere we were able to do that. Anybody else? All right, seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call vote?
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Kim,
Aye.
Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas,
Aye.
Monique Ward, Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Adam, for staying with us all night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Our next item is to approve the contract for a bulk freezer and warehouse repair. Back in the old days when we used to like be able to tour stuff. I remember visiting nutrition services. It was such a good tour. Casey, what do you have for us?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of information in your packet about this, but back in 2016, our district-wide freezer had a failure. And at that time, in order to meet the needs of the district and repairing it, we decided to build a freezer just adjacent to its existing location. Fast forward a little bit, we had been using the old freezer as a dry storage area. Over the last handful of years, due to supply chain issues, a variety of things, expanding our district with 2 new elementary schools coming on board, the freezer that we built at the time, which was as large as we could build it, is no longer big enough for us. We're having to rent some cold storage out in Forest Grove. And again, primarily driven by trying to make sure we can obtain and store bulk freezer storage items with supply chains. We would like to go back now and repair the existing freezer and make it functional again so we can increase our freezer capacity in the district, which will allow us to store more frozen goods and not have to rent storage containers out in Forest Grove while we procure the needs of our kitchens in the district. This is the same contractor that did the work previously and is very familiar with our district and the needs. And that's why we're bringing it to the board to get this work done so we can get it done prior to next school year. Happy to answer any questions.
Casey, are we absolutely sure that the repair of this older unit is cost effective versus buying a new one that meets our future needs as well?
Yeah, the beauty of this is we'll be able to reuse a lot of the structure. We'll have to do work, but the existing framework is there in the old structure. And this was our plan all along, eventually to repair this area as well. So it is by far the most cost-effective way. We have looked at both different ways.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Was this originally enumerated in the bond? I know we had some projects that were able to get to that were not specifically mentioned because of the bond premium we were able to get. Was this originally called out, or is this something that we stumbled along the way?
This was not called out, and I just want to point out too that this is not a bond-funded project. The previous the freezer built in 2017 was. This was not. This is not a bond-funded project.
So this is general fund?
No, this is a use of federal ESSER dollars that we're able to maximize for this kind of period of time to get this work done.
One-time funding. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I had just kind of a procedural question because I was noticing on this one that this one is an exemption for published bidding.
Yes.
And wondering, normally, do we meet as a contract review board when it's an exemption versus just an approval?
That's probably a good question. I assumed it would, but I didn't ask the question once it was just on the list of other things.
Well, I guess the question is, what is the rule for an exception? And then what is the rule for, and did we meet the rule in this case?
Yeah, we have met the, your packet has all of the findings that meet and cite all of the ORS requirements for the exception, and those are in the packet. So I know we meet the criteria for that.
But I am concerned. So if we move this, if we table this until the next board meeting, do we run out of time to complete it this summer?
Potentially we will. We do need to have the funds spent by the end of the summer, and Smith and Green is waiting to procure the items for this.
So Casey, do you understand our question? Our question is really making sure that we're giving equity where it should be, and if this is appropriate, and did we actually meet the requisite requirements for the exemption from the public bidding?
Yeah, we have met the requirements. They're in the packet as far, all of the ORSs are cited to meet the public requirements for the exception.
Yeah, that's not really, I think I'm fine with meeting the requirement exceptions. I think that normally we would recess and convene as a contract review board to approve an exemption versus how we have it in our agenda tonight.
Yeah, it would be two. In the past, it might have been two agenda items, one where we approve the exception, and then this motion where we approve the contract.
Correct. That's what I was thinking about our process.
So when you say procedural, you meant about how we actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, less about, well, my concern is a little more, so like, anybody have any thoughts?
Is your question, what triggers contract review board?
I know I was in a board update recently, kind of, yeah.
Well, Adam, are you still there for Casey? Can you do a rundown of what triggers contract review board?
Yeah, I actually thought that this was part of the contract review board, that we would go into that. I didn't know that we were not having that as part of the contract review board. This would require the board to act as a contract review board because it is not a standard procurement of the service.
We can just do it, yes, as long as we can come up with appropriate language. Yeah, that part I got.
And then hopefully we can get the contract review board, and then you'll do the motion.
Right.
It would be similar to like if we were going to use a project with a CMGC or some alternate method of bidding.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we don't actually approve the contract, do we, or do we approve the methodology and then go back and do the contract?
After the contract review.
So we have first have to suspend where we are now.
So we're still in discussion, no one's put a motion on the
Yeah,
table
nobody
yet.
put a motion.
Right. Oh, do we have a motion?
No, no one's
Right,
done
we don't have a
anything.
motion yet, okay. I'm going to temporarily recess our board meeting. And I'm going to, reconvene as the local contract review board. All right. So I think we can just use the same motion.
Yeah, and just
As the
add,
local contract review board.
acting as a local contract review board.
Yeah.
The board of directors.
Okay, somebody want to give it a shot or want to?
Sure, I can give it a shot. I move that the board of directors acting as the local contract review board approve the contract with Smith and Green in the amount of $368,807 for construction of a bulk freezer and warehouse repairs.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Lopez and seconded by Director Martinez that the board of directors acting in the capacity of the local contract review board approve the contract with Smith and Green in the amount of $368,807 for construction of a bulk freezer and warehouse repair. Any further discussion? All right. Roll call vote.
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Pan,
Aye.
Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas,
Aye.
Monique Ward,
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye. That motion carries. I will recess the local contract review board and we will reconvene the regular meeting of the Hillsboro School District 1 District. All right. Sorry for the trouble, Casey, but I think we did it right.
No problem. Thank you.
And nice catch, Director Luca. Our next item is standard. We declare surplus equipment and authorize disposal. Michelle, do you have anything you want to tell us about our stuff? it's all in our packet here.
Yeah, it's all in the packet. I'm aware that the link to the equipment list wasn't working initially, but it should be now for anyone who wants to get a little clearer picture of the details behind the surplus. I do want to mention here that our resource conservation manager, Maya Hawking, is kind of increased her scope to include district surplus. And so she's going to manage, I believe, an auction coming up in this summer, probably late summer, where some of this equipment and other things that are declared surplus will be made available to the public. Thank you.
Any questions? Would like to make a motion?
I move that the board of directors declare the nutrition services equipment surplus and authorize the disposal in accordance with district surplus procedures.
Second.
Been moved by Director Martinez and seconded by Director Ward that the board of directors declare the nutrition services equipment surplus and authorize the disposal in accordance with district surplus procedures. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Kim,
Aye.
Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas,
Aye.
Monique Ward,
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. Our next item is to approve the policies. I think we'll go, yeah, there's separate motion for each one in our packet on page 142. So I move that the board approve the policy ACB, every student belongs.
Second.
It's been moved by me and seconded by Director Thomas that the board approve the policy ACB, every student belongs. Any further discussion?
So I have a couple of questions. So I noticed in this that the symbol of hate, it used to have more verbiage to it, has now been condensed to 3 specific items. And I noticed on the back as well that there was a footnote to prior to adopting the symbols of hate prohibition, and that the district would have to document why the district feels that the presence of these symbols will cause material substantial interference with schoolwork or discipline or collide with the rights of other students to be secure and let alone. So I'm wondering, is there, what's the route for that, or what's the how is that done? Do you know?
I believe those 3 were just declared by ODE as part of the legal policy, right? Correct. Yeah. So I'm not sure of the context of the footnote. Let me try to find it. I know that the 3 symbols are we recommend, yeah. It's not a requirement. It's not a shall, it's a may.
Shall not say where? I'm
What's
sorry.
that?
What did you say?
The footnote feels more like the shall than may. So it's already legal language-ish, right? So we recommend that the district, they don't require that the district. Right, the wording of the, is that the footnote you're speaking of?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I get that. I'm fine with just going legally required language. Does anybody else have anything, any further discussion? Any clarification you can add, really? Or- Yeah, this is just the policy as OSBA sent it. Okay.
So I want to make sure that the language we approved is the right language.
So that the way the policies tend to work in our packet is the stuff that's highlighted in gray is new language suggested by OSBA, vetted by the legal team to make us legally compliant. So in this particular case, it's those 3 symbols mentioned on page 143. And that, I remember when they, well, this happened last time. Maybe when it came up. So every student belongs has been a while, hasn't it? So all students belong. So this is a change. So this is part of the change from all students belong to every student belong.
You're correct on that.
Right.
So I think we have to go with the legally reviewed language.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is I'm fine with it. I understand that they recommend that we document and we can look into doing that. So Francesca, would that be your department probably?
Yeah, we reviewed this. It started out with being all students belong and then was changed to every student belongs. And then if I remember correctly from what Rose did, the highlighted blue part was the part that changed in, am I right on that one, Rose?
Yeah, that OSBA suggested we strike that and replace it with the highlighted gray portion.
Right.
The question is more around the recommendation of ODE that we document why the district feels these symbols cause material or substantial interference with schoolwork or discipline. So on page 144, this recommendation, I feel like that's a thing we could probably do, right? Like, in order to pass the policy, I don't know that we need to have that work done now, but it feels like, we could probably document that. Travis, what do you got?
I can chime in because I was there when this came about with the Oregon Department of Education, and they framed those three symbols, the Confederate flag, the noose, and the swastika, as symbols that had already been established in courts as being disruptive to the learning environment and therefore are already not legal to display in a school. So we don't have to establish those as symbols of hate or disruptive in Hillsboro in our community. And I think that footer that you're alluding to refers to a recommended obligation we would have if we were to identify other symbols that we wanted to prohibit as being hurtful or harmful in our schools. We would be smart as a community to establish why that's true. But those three have already been widely established to be disruptive to the learning environment.
I think you are right.
Yeah.
Right, so Travis is right, that was my question about the adding of other symbols and why the change in terminology from what was originally there to these three specific. I mean, what the process would be to add other things to it.
I think we have to demonstrate what it says in the word.
And it has always been those three, even when it was all students belong. It has been those three symbols that they identified.
But other districts may have added others, and we wouldn't know about it unless we read their policy.
Absolutely.
But if they did that, it would be recommended that they follow this footnote.
Yeah, we would have definitely a chain of their supervisors to OSP. Our departments would work if they identified another symbol that would be seen as hateful or as the policy reads. We would definitely have a procedure where we would go through that. But those three in particular are the ones that, like Travis said, have been called out already.
Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? All right. Rose, can you take a roll call vote, please?
Lisa Allen.
Aye.
Jan Kim.
Aye.
Erica Lopez. Aye. Yadira Martinez.
Aye.
Nancy Thomas. Aye. Monique Ward. Aye. Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. I move that the board approve the policy ACB-AR. Oh, it's an AR? We don't approve AR.
Yes, some of them we do.
Some of them we do? Okay.
This
I
one's required to be.
I move that the board approve the policy ACB-AR bias incident complaint procedure.
Second.
It's been moved by me and seconded by Director Lopez and Director Allen, I think, that the board of directors approve the policy ACB-AR bias incident complaint procedure. Is there any further discussion?
Yes. So on, for this one, I am still concerned that with the definition for bias incident, and I see that this is adding for the symbols of hate, but also looking at the educational components to this, which I also know are in the OER, are again a concern for people of faith, and silencing that truth now becomes hate speech.
In what way?
That if someone has a different opinion, or they state that they don't believe X, Y, Z, or whatever scenario, and I say, well, the Bible says this in a conversation, that person is offended by that, what becomes of that incident? Is that classified as a bias incident?
Go back to determining students' identities. Would it interfere in their success in school? So I think it would have to be on a case-by-case basis, just like it would be if a student used harmful words against a student, let's just say, for example, of color. When a bias complaint comes about, it's not like there's a general rule that's provided for everybody and all of a sudden it's now a bias incident. There is an investigation and a process that we go through in order to determine the understanding and the level of the actions that were caused. So in that particular, I wouldn't be able to tell you that answer, and maybe Travis has a better answer for you, because it's dependent on how the situation has happened.
Right, this is a complaint procedure, right? This is, we're defining what the procedure is to file a complaint. So we don't know what the language of any complaint would be until it's filed.
So to your point, Monique, I think that you're right, that could be a bias and a complaint, just like anything else is even worse than that. I don't know if this is a procedure for anyone who would allege a bias. So that could come to anybody for any reason. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But again, in the policy itself and the educational components and redirect procedures, I'm just uncomfortable.
Where is that?
That's in the middle of the policy on page 148 of the packet. Step 2.
141?
Yes, thank you.
140 what?
146.
140. Did it change? Because I have 148.
What I'm reading is 146.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm still not finding it. 146?
It's either 146 or
Yes,
148.
146 on the current.
Okay.
In which portion?
Yeah.
Specifically?
Step 2, educational components and redirection procedures.
See, the administrator doesn't need.
Now,
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's the same kind of information that Nancy was alluding to, that this is just the process that it would go through. So if it was anything else, it kind of depends on what the situation would be, but the redirection procedures is to obviously address what was said or what's happening, and like figure out the safety, and healing for people that are impacted, promote accountability, transformation, I think we've had conversations in our board where people had expressed different points of view, but it wasn't in a way where, somebody could always complain, and this is how they would go about the process or procedure, and then follow that whole, this is just outlining what would happen. It's not dictating the outcome, but the process of navigating if there was somebody that had an issue with something that was said. And it could be for anything.
Right, and moreover, I think this is a situation where no one is protected. This is just the process. And anyone can invoke this process if they are offended. So that means this is equal opportunity offense.
Right.
This is just language smooth, but let's be a good evening. Yeah, I'm ready to vote, but want to entertain more discussion. People are ready. Want to say other things to say?
Looks like Travis has a hand up.
Travis, yeah.
Yeah, just only one thing to add that what we're being asked to do here in practice is provide a complaint process that goes alongside our bullying or harassment or any other type of time when a student is offended or feels unsafe. They are able to talk to an administrator, and that administrator has some additional guidance in taking action if it's related to an instance of bias. And you guys are doing, what you're saying is factual. And what happens at a school is a kid comes to me and says, this was said and it made me feel bad. And then we start to ask questions and we bring kids together to discuss how to repair the harm that was done. And sometimes it's harassment or something inappropriate. And sometimes it takes on the flavor of like a racial bias incident. And that's where we're adding training. And so Francesca and I talk about this as like, okay, we get to our admin core. And what do we teach them in addition to a bullying or harassment complaint that's different about an instance of bias, especially if it's like racial discrimination. And so I understand that this could be generated by any kind of verbal interaction in a classroom. And the board is right in your conversation that there's no playbook or flow chart about what was said and then what you do. But this is, I think the step you guys are trying to dig into is that restorative practice where you let a student know this is the impact of what you said. Let's talk about your intent, but here's the impact of what you said to another student and we repair harm. So that's what this policy asks our district to be expert in.
Right, it's specifically about bias. Okay, thanks for that context, Travis. Any further discussion? Make a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Kim. Aye. Erica Lopez. Aye. Didier Martinez.
Aye.
Nancy Thomas. Aye. Monique Ward.
Opposed.
Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. I move that the board approve policy IKF, graduation requirements.
I'll second.
It has been moved by me and seconded by Director Allen that the board approve the policy IKF, graduation requirements. Is there any further discussion?
Real quick, I want to understand, I understand that there was a bill passed and that the essential skills were removed through the 2024 school year. My question is page, let me see, I guess page 152.
Okay.
Still getting there. Yeah, so 152, so the middle of the page for number 1 where it struck out and saying that that's not going to be part of this policy anymore, again, based on that bill that was passed for that. So how are the kids to be successful in college, trade, or the workforce if the essential skills are no longer essential? I mean, what workaround do we have for that?
Yeah, the rationale for that change temporarily has been that the state standards themselves have been updated to the degree that to which a student performs the essential skills tasks within the content areas. The big examples for us are in math and literacy. Whereas before with math, I could do an essential skills task and be scored by a teacher in order that I wouldn't have to pass the benchmark for the Smarter Balanced assessment. I do that in my math class now. So it's said that a student who can pass algebra, geometry, and who's done those courses has already performed those essential skills tasks. And therefore, when they graduate, they have the skills that are necessary in math. Parallel is true in literacy. So the essay that used to be required for the essential skills was an essay that showed your proficiency if you hadn't scored at the 11th grade Smarter Balanced assessment at a certain level, you could do the essential skills to show that you had those writing skills. So for the suspension of the Smarter Balanced assessment and the essential skills as grad requirements, it is said that students are held accountable to those high standards via passing courses with proficiency-based grades in the content areas.
So I guess so it feels like in this temporary window where the legislature has not defined new graduation standards, which they plan to do, we are defining your ability to graduate by passing your class. Right, but oversimplification maybe, but.
Nope, it's pretty spot on. And if you look at the standards for those classes and you see that our students are judged against those standards, you'll see that they're the same as what they would have demonstrated for those essential skills tasks.
Right, so a teacher wouldn't pass you in geometry unless you showed some proficiency in geometry.
Yeah. Some of the publicity around the suspension of the Smarter Balanced assessment and the essential skills was that we weren't holding our students high standards. We don't believe that that's true because of the rigor of our classes and the standards that we teach in those classes. So, you know, before the pause on those tools, we had teachers who were scoring essential skills samples in their classes, and they were saying, hold on, I teach these and score these anyway. I grade these essays. I do these applied math samples. Why are we doing this extra layer? So this was, you know, I'm not speaking for all teachers, but I would say if in our system you were to interview high school teachers, do you hold kids accountable to graduation standards that allow them to be successful in college or in career? I think that's the way that you framed it, Monique. That their answer would be yes.
Lisa, you had your hand up. You take it down.
Basically, I was just going to say, Travis say, I think it's been framed in a way that is misleading. The state taking it away as a requirement doesn't mean that students are not expected to learn. Now I'm too quiet, for my word. All it is removal of a reporting piece. Teachers are still teaching those standards just like they always have, and students are still required to demonstrate proficiency on those essential skills. That has not changed. It's just a reporting piece. It's just been really misleadingly headlined, and so it's led to a lot of understanding about what students are actually required to know and be able to do. Students still have to be able to do math and read and do all the things they've always had to do.
Yeah, I would just add that nothing in it's just the wording that's on here, but nothing in our way of how we've done schooling has changed in our district. We're still doing the same grading, teachers are still having the same metrics, but this is a wording on our policy, but our process is still the same.
Okay, so just to summarize so I understand, so really what the essential skills piece was the Smarter Balance and this other assessment. So that assessment's been taken out, but the criteria for passing the class to get your credit to graduate has remained the same. Is that correct?
Yeah, thumbs up and Travis.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think there's a bill going through the legislature right now that would require schools to only do as much standardized testing as is required by law. It's like minimize standardized testing. That's something else that is coming down the pipe or whatever. All right, is there any further discussion? Can you take a roll call vote, please?
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Kim.
Aye.
Erica Lopez.
Aye.
Didier Martinez.
Aye.
Nancy Thomas. Aye. Monique Ward.
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye, motion carries. I move that the board approve policy IL assessment program.
Second.
It's been moved by me and seconded by Director Lopez that the board approve policy IL assessment program. For any discussion?
So based on last conversation, is that the same for this? That it's all about the Smarter Balance? I don't know what the other one was, assessment.
Travis, are these two sort of tied?
Yeah, and Tom Luba's here. I want to give him a chance. He was prepared to talk about this one if you all had questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. So the question was, is this all about smarter balanced? The core of the changes in this particular policy were to update the policy from a number of years ago to make it more consistent with the current ways that students can opt out or request an exemption from state tests. The language that was in the policy previously was not accurate with regard to how that's currently handled. So I was asked to update that language so it matches state requirements. It's a little bit wonky the way this has worked over time because when the legislature passed the bill that allowed for a no reason opt-out for smarter balanced assessments, they didn't grandfather in the other assessments. They didn't pull in the science assessment nor the English language proficiency assessment. So those still fall under the old rule, which is that a parent needs to request an exemption based on religion or disability. Whereas with the Smarter Balanced Assessment, that's a no fault, so to speak, opt-out, where they don't have to have a reason for it. Parents can just simply ask their students not participate. So the language that was changed in the policy primarily was to sort of clarify the difference between those two, which is the current state of affairs. Hopefully the legislature at some point will make all of the assessments a sort of no fault opt-out, but currently there still is that requirement for those two assessments, science and ELPA, that the parents request those exemptions based on a disability or a religion. Does that answer your question? Other questions about it?
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Ian Kim,
Aye.
Erica Lopez,
Aye.
Yadira Martinez,
Aye.
Nancy Thomas, Monique Ward,
Aye.
Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carries. I move that the board approve policy JBB, education equity.
Second.
Is moved by me and seconded by Director Lopez, I guess. That the board approve policy JBB, education equity. Is there any further discussion?
So on this one, I'm trying to understand, and I understand from Rose that the other policy was being revised and pulled from the equity educational, I don't remember what it was called, but the other one was being pulled. And I didn't understand what the difference was between the two for one, and the other, for the changes on this particular policy, what this information is used for. Why are we dividing everything up?
Why are we what?
So in point number one, on page 163.
I think it's 161, but okay, sure.
Okay, 161.
Start with systemically using district-wide.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So what's the question regarding the change, or is the question regarding the changes or the?
Both. So what is the purpose of using for this data? In other words, so what we're dividing up, so what are we using this data for?
So I recently was attending actually a seminar by OSBA's legal team about basically providing quality education to every student in their community. And one of the things that they talked about was regarding quality education or access, that it's not just enough that you have all these programs available or all these services available in your district, but that you have to look at your data to see if everybody is being served by them, or if there's some potential barriers or of access or ways that the way that we're providing the services is not being delivered
to different populations in your school district. So what they talked about is you can look at your data sets of students and see, okay, well, let's see students with disabilities and figure out, are they able to participate in certain programs that we have or we're offering? And if they're not, why aren't they? And how can we make changes or support so that we can deliver those services? Or students that have linguistic barriers or social economics. So students, for example, one of the ways I see it in our district is students that happen to experience homelessness or houselessness. And so some of the ways that they're accessing our programs, they might need additional resources to make sure that they can participate. So it's not just, and you know, that we offer the education, but that we look at what might be a potential barrier so that we can meet those needs. So I think in this policy was specifically developed in our district. So it's a little bit more robust than other districts, if I'm not mistaken, that this was kind of HSD. Am I right? Or is this from OSBA?
Francesca, do you have some context you like that?
Yeah, well, and just to go back a little bit more, I think you're on the right track with what you're saying, Erica, because you were there when parts of this were happening. We first, when we drafted our educational equity or the equity policy, came before all students belong / every student belong. This was our first, when we put it into actual action of what we were going to do. So when you ask about, this was the first one that came out for us, and we were trying to really, from what I recall and from what I know, how we're looking at our data sets in order to make sure and ensure that every student is getting what they need. And so that was the reason for when we put in systematically using district-wide data. It's not necessarily always just to disaggregate it for certain populations, but it's to ensure all of our students are able to be served and differentiated so that they can achieve success in our district. So just to think back, educational equity and what we did here, it did come from work with the state of Oregon and ODE. It's layered in because they have their own educational equity and what they hold themselves accountable for. We as a district came in, had ours that was created, which is based off of theirs, but most organizations in education do have some sort of educational equity. Now, when every student belongs, all students belong, let every student belong. What it required you to do is that all districts then had to come up with a policy. We already had one in place. Not all districts did, especially in our smaller and rural populations. They did not have some. So this walks hand in hand with every student belongs. What every student belongs does is it calls out certain biases or those three hate symbols are called out specifically in the every student belong. But part of every student belong also requires everybody to develop a kind of equity policy that their district will align with, and it had to be put into place by January of last year. So this is what we had, the general overview, and that every student belong protected everybody else who didn't have a policy already in place.
I guess the only thing I'd add to that is you asked the question of what would we do with that data? And the reason that we disaggregate the data is to make sure that we're getting the outcomes for the specific groups that are called out here. Because oftentimes we don't get those outcomes, and we need to be mindful of that and make adjustments to the system in order to guarantee that we do.
Any further discussion?
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Dan Penn. Aye. Erica Lopez.
Aye.
Yadira Martinez.
Aye.
Nancy Thomas. Aye. Monique Ward. Opposed. Mark Watson.
Aye. All right, now we have our inserted action item from our revised agenda. I'll start with, I move that the board of directors approve the proposed courses, Introduction to Fire and Emergency Services, Civic and Community Services 2, Film 1 and Film 2, and Aircraft System and Performance.
I second.
It's been moved by me and seconded by Director Allen that the Board of Directors approve the proposed courses, Introduction to Fire and Emergency Services, Civic and Community Services 2, Film 1 and Film 2, and Aircraft System and Performance. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I just had a question about the civics and community service course in there, and seeing that it requires a 0.5 FTE, and wonder where is that going to come from? We've been hearing about being understaffed and not having enough teachers. So where does that come from?
I think we've talked about most of the, I don't think we are understaffed with teachers there, but Travis, do you have any context? I know we didn't prepare you for this one, but it's just how we assign staff, right?
Yeah, the action taken by the board puts the course as an approved course on the books in Hillsboro as a school district. It doesn't compel anyone to add FTE to it. So it would be the prerogative of the school administration to add the FTE required to offer the course. And obviously it would require student participation like forecasting. So by taking action tonight, the board approves the course and the content, not the FTE.
I think it's, if the course is approved, that's how we allocate resources for people.
For that, okay, and the other.
And if somebody signs up.
If we got to know.
Yeah, like if there are enough students selected as the option,
On that.
then we'll.
Yeah, it's just like all of our other electives, right? Like wood shop or whatever. Right?
Okay, and then the other thing was just, it says civics and community services too. So when I went through the information that we were given in the packet for the last time, I don't see a lot of civics content unless I'm not understanding what you're meaning by civics. Because typically when I'm hearing civics, I'm thinking understanding how your government works and understanding how to vote and understanding how to the Constitution and things like that. And that doesn't seem to be the case here. So someone speak to that.
I actually have pertinent information here. Sorry, not to cut you off, Travis, but I actually take a class from the teacher who teaches civics and community service. I don't have her for that class, but she's talked to me about it. So I can add a little bit of input, like secondary from the horse's mouth here. Firstly, I think that the intention, as I understand it, is for the teachers who are currently offering Civics and Community Service 2, which is a class we have, to simply be able to extend that elective to cover a full year so that they have more time to present their programs and information and give people more time to work on their projects, because right now it's not a full credit, it's a half credit if I'm remembering correctly. And secondly, I know that like from my experience, like looking at agenda items, they do actually go into a lot of content about like, here's how the court system works, here's how you engage with all these different things, but it's less so in the sense of like general like government structure overview that you'd get through taking your like US government and econ credits as a social studies class in school, and more so dealing with the specifics of how you'd interact with the system, because it's meant as a college and career course that like introduces you to career fields in that way, and it gets more of that sort of interaction with civics and government. So I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, I remember asking about that a little bit during the meeting about the requirement for civics graduation is covered in different ones. And does somebody have knowledge of that the course already exists and we're just changing the curriculum of it?
No, this is an additional course for the Civics and Community Service elective. So this is like a CTE program. And so I don't have the teachers here with me tonight to dive deeply into the content of the course and the nuances there. The process between board regular sessions where we have presenters at the first session and then the second session happens and the board approves the proposals is meant for us to get back to those teachers and answer any questions that are outstanding. I can't answer the question that you have tonight about civics content standards and where they're sprinkled. I'm happy to answer any other questions you have, but I did want to let the board understand that we're on a schedule where we have course proposals in the fall and winter, and then we get those course proposals approved by the board hopefully in a timely fashion so that we can move forward with our course catalog and our forecasting process. So I'm not sure what the intent of the board is tonight with these course proposals, but I did want to let you know that tonight's vote is an important one for our high schools and our teachers and students.
So just for clarification, Director Ward, your concern is use of the word civics in the course's title?
Partly, yes, because I don't see the content there that matches up with what normally or typically is a civics course.
But we already have a civics one, civics and community service one. But there is already a course called civics and community service, and we're looking to make, I'm trying to remember back, right? So
Yeah, the proposal that the board heard on January 25th included a proposal that we modify civics and community service 2 from a 0.5 credit to a 1.0 credit.
right, so it already exists. We're right. We're making okay. Michelle?
So I think like as someone who's in the class and then took like civics 1 last year, like for example, this year, like even like, so like earlier today even, like we're currently learning like street law and like we have law students like from like local colleges that are talking to us about like street law and like the different rights that we have. A huge part of it is in civics 1, which might not be in the packet. Whereas in civics 1, we learn about like the different courts and like the different like police and like the sheriff and like how we contact and like how are all those systems like intertwined. So a lot of that civics piece is in civics and community service 1. Civics and community service 2 is more about the application of it and being like, what do you want to do with it, especially leaning in that community piece. I think that like between civics 1 and civics 2, civics 1 is a little bit heavier on civics and civics 2 is more heavier on the community side, but both courses do use a lot of those two intertwined. And I don't know, I think it's important that we do expand it from a semester to a full year, because if it was just a semester, we just don't have enough time to cover all of that. We don't have enough time to do street law and to do the application and community service.
Yeah, and I would add to what Steph and Michelle are offering. We do have people in politics. We do have U.S. history. Like this is a CTE course where students are interested in a professional track toward civic participation.
Right, like government service or like career paths, right? Yeah. Right, and yeah, people in politics, safety, U.S. history, those are the ones that you have to take that get your civics requirement for graduation, right?
This is also consistent with Washington County, who has a civic engagement program for adults to learn how they interact and to learn how to volunteer. And it's a whole year-long program as well. So the idea is there. I can understand where you're going. Where's the civics part of this, but it's academic, and then you roll out into the community. How do you interact in the community? How do you make a difference?
Again, if there are questions that need to be answered, I would be happy to engage the teachers in providing more specifics.
I'm ready to vote. If anybody wants to request more information before we approve the course, is anybody else not ready to vote?
Another quick question. So is this a block vote as far as it's all 4 courses at one thing, or is it a separate?
Yeah, I made the motion as all of them.
Okay.
And we could make them separately, I suppose, but I feel like it'll probably just pass. So,
Well, it's already on the table, so you have.
yeah, I can, yeah. If we want to do them separately, I would entertain that and I would withdraw my motion, but I don't feel like that's necessary. If there's enough interest in voting on them separately, we can do it separately. What do you want to all vote on them separately?
No.
Any further discussion on the motion on the table to approve the proposed courses, Introduction to Fire and Emergency Services, Civic and Community Services 2, Film 1 and Film 2, and Aircraft System Performance? Seeing none. Would you call roll?
Lisa Allen,
Aye.
Stephen Kim. Aye. Erica Lopez.
Aye.
Yadira Martinez.
Aye.
Nancy Thomas.
Aye.
Monique Ward.
Opposed?
Mark Watson.
Aye. Motion carried. All right, next item on the agenda is reports and discussion. Michelle, you have our financial report.
I do. Thank you, Chair Watson. I am available to answer any questions about the cash flow report or items within my report. I won't belabor that. I would like to put out a little plug here that we did have a resignation from the budget committee. And so I will be working with Rose to send out notice and get it out on our website that we are looking. Sarah Parsons let us know that she would be relocating to another area. And so we will need to fill her position. And that is position 4, and it is going through 2024, June 30th, 2024. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the financial report.
I've been left on that term, right? Yeah, I look forward to the process of choosing a replacement. Any questions for Michelle? All right. Our next item is the inter-district plan, transfer plan and development, and Beth has information on that.
Yes, so this is just really a heads up for what is going to be coming to you at the March meeting. So House Bill 2747 governs the process by which inter-district transfers of students can take place. And it requires that school boards take action to determine whether or not they want to participate in allowing students to leave their district and or transfer into their district. And they need to take that action to announce the number of slots of students they'll let leave, the number they'll let come in. And so the way we've been handling that for the last several years is to try to be really thoughtful and go school by school and identify grade levels where there is potential to allow students to come in. And to identify that, I provided you an example from last year. And we are typically working on that right up until the last minute because it is a really big decision for schools, because obviously they don't necessarily know their entire home attendance area enrollment at this time. So it's a little bit of reading the tea leaves to see how that's all going to go. But we try to be as accommodating and generous as possible because we have historically taken the approach that we want to, we want students to be in the educational environment that's going to work best for them. Hopefully that's with us. And if not, there's lots of extenuating circumstances. Sometimes that just isn't. So while being good stewards of our own taxpayer dollars and schools, we try to be somewhat reasonable in how we identify the numbers of students that we'll allow to go and come. And this is like I said, it's an open transfer period. So if we've announced slots and somebody applies for a slot that we've identified as available, if there are more requests than there are slots, then we have a whole process identified to do an equitable lottery. Otherwise, those are simply approved because this is an open period. If we get requests outside of this window, which runs from April 1st to May 15th, then those are considered hardships, and then that requires agreement between the districts outside of this process.
April 1st to May 15th.
That's when we typically leave our window open so that we can make decisions by the end of June and give families notice.
And that with like what we were hearing earlier about our demographic in the region, just like the numbers not, kind of coming down. What have you seen the trend has been that we exceed the number, or that we have to go into lottery, or that we stay?
What's weird is that it's always a little bit of just, kind of putting your finger on a dartboard almost, kind of figuring how many you're going to let go and come in. And typically we hit pretty close to what we've said. I don't know, it's kind of weird, but we've typically been able to accommodate 95% of the people that want to come in, unless they picked a school that we've said is closed because they're already at capacity, for example. But yeah, hopefully we can continue that streak.
And much of the statewide decline in public school enrollment is pretty tight to code for the most part. I mean, like, that we can't identify 300 kids that moved away.
Yeah, it's birth rates and COVID, people making the
Yeah,
decisions.
so
to
as,
alternate.
as things start to have return to a sense of normalcy, I don't think anybody knows the rate at which those students will want to return to a standard classroom. So, I mean, I don't know how we prepare for it, but we may have a bunch of students returning next fall.
And other districts do the same thing, is that correct?
Yes, yeah. The reason some of this was mandated, it used to be years ago, much more just kind of up to individual districts and, you know, we get transfer requests pretty much all year long and we just work with our neighboring districts, but there were some that took the stance that they just didn't participate. And so that led to kind of an increasing amount of pressure on legislators to enact some sort of legislation that would basically compel districts to play along, which is why you saw the open enrollment bill that used to take place in March that has since sunset. Now what we're left with is the 2747 process, which is not quite as obligatory for school districts, but you know, like I said, we always play. Forest Grove always plays. Others have that same philosophy as well, so.
And a reminder that former student school board representative Devlin Mill came from the Beaverton School District to HOA on an interdistrict transfer and then moved on to Liberty High School where he is now a senior. I believe, so. All right, any other questions for Beth? Okay. Next item is the calendar, right?
The calendar,
The
yes.
calendar.
So
It's in your packet.
we're looking at an adjusted school calendar first reading. And so during the January 25th board meeting, there was a request to go back and look at the calendar to create 2 contiguous weeks for winter break, starting December 19th and going through Monday, January 2nd, 2020. And then after our discussion in February 8th, we indicated that we would make that change, but we had to move things around a bit. So bullets 1, 3, and 11 are the new things that have come forward compared to last year, this current school year, I should say, for 21-22. So we will have our new teacher in service, the 22nd through the 24th, which will be Monday through Wednesday. We will also have our family connections on Wednesday, August 31st. And then we will observe Juneteenth as a licensed non-contract day on Monday, June 19th. And if you look at bullets 2, 4, and 7, those are slight adjustments that we've made according to the calendar for licensed staff in service week, and then also the start of school for grades 1 through 6, 7, and 9 on Tuesday the 6th, and kindergarten grades 8, 10, and 12 would join their other classmates on the 7th. And then New Year's would be observed on January 2nd, federal holiday. And then bullets 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would be our pretty much the same that we would have from this year. So I don't have any questions that you may have in our first.
Just if we heard from other districts yet?
No, they're still in process of, I think the only one that I know that's put it forward so far is Beaverton. Others are drafting theirs.
And is theirs at all close to ours? Have
I
you seen
think
it?
they're in conversation of trying to decide where to end the year, and I think that's the struggle that they're also facing. So they're trying to end the year on the 16th with their staff as well.
The districts are still discussing, but Beaverton is set.
I think so. And they finish with students on Friday the 16th. They observe Juneteenth on the 19th. They come back with their teachers on the 20th.
Okay. So that's how they get the extra day.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, thank you for doing what we asked you to do, that was incredible. Wasn't sure how you were gonna do it, but you did.
Well, it takes a lot of great brains.
Based
It's
on
not,
how-
and not necessarily me.
And next year, when the first is on a Monday, will it be in the same exact spot?
Right. So essentially what's going to happen is our next board meeting, you guys would vote to approve the calendar or
So,
It's not really a question, but like it's a comment, like, I was just saying, thank you for letting, like, having a day for freshmen, like, before everyone else, like, for freshmen had their own day. Like, this year without it, I've noticed, like, it has impacted, and it has, like, it just seems like one day, but I think it does have, like, huge consequences. So, yeah, thanks for keeping that in. Thank you for it.
Thanks for working with our partners to get that 2-week block. Any other questions?
Now everybody's gonna follow our calendar.
They have reached out to me, so that's a good sign.
Possible. All right. Next item is just an informational presentation about an AR. Michelle? Okay, Michael, there's a couple. If there's any questions, I guess, with that, right? Yeah, it's in the packet for your information.
Yeah, are you guys discussing a public charter school? LBEAR?
Yeah, it's just an AR.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
just
have to-
would like,
Go ahead.
yeah, it was just, it's a rewrite based on some recommendations from OSBA to kind of tighten up the agreement process and oversight and agreement review to guide relationships with charter schools. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about it.
And we are to the end. HCU and HEA. Start with HCU. Carla, are you available? Yeah,
I am.
hear
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Carla Brook, filling in for Melody.
Perfect. Good evening, Chair Watson, school board members, Superintendent Scott, and others. I'm Carla Brokaw, the HCU Vice President. I am not entirely comfortable being the voice speaking to you tonight. I am a more of a behind the scenes, get the work done kind of person. But here we go. As announced at the beginning of this meeting, March 7th through 11th is Classified Employee Appreciation Week. Most people don't even know that Hillsboro Classified United consists of bus drivers, secretaries, custodians, health room assistants, special education assistants, kitchen staff, technology support, office managers, and more at every school and district facility. There are currently 71 different job descriptions on the district website. This gives us a unique and often challenging experience when it comes to representation. We have so many job classification that it makes it hard to have one voice about anything because our duties and responsibilities are so very varied. We are struggling this year. I know that we are not unique, but we are out there supporting each other, our students, licensed staff, and administration alike, and it has taken a toll. We need to feel more supported, valued, and necessary. As evidence from the unfilled positions across the district, it is getting harder and harder to fill our jobs. We care deeply about our students, but we, the support staff, need support too. As my friend in the nonprofit world says, support equals money. We are woefully underpaid compared to other government and private sector services. If not for the passion of educating youth, many of us would not continue to work here. Washington County starts their administrative specialists and juvenile service shelter aides at $22 an hour plus benefits. Our school staff members are fundraising for their own staff wellness rooms and don't even have the time to use them during their workday. Where would you be without the albeit declining support staff positions? Everyone is feeling the effects of bus driver shortages. The building I work in has a custodial shortage that is evident everywhere you look. You are feeling the frustrations from families of high-need students and those in classes with them when there isn't enough support to redirect or correct behaviors. Your board secretary would be lost without the facilities, technology support, print shop, and other services she uses to support you. Support, again, is the linking word. We feel the strength of the students and teachers helping us get through each day. We are here for them. We feel needed by them. We need your support too. In a recent poll sent out by Hillsboro Classified United, 64% of respondents do not feel valued by the district, and 82% have thought about leaving their current positions. I personally happen to be one of those voices. I love my job. I really love my job, and I hope I never have to leave it. But if something were to happen to my husband and we lost his income, I would be forced to leave this district and find another job because this one simply does not pay enough. As you continue working through contract negotiations and on the budget for 2022-23, please remember your support staff. Remember all the important functions our bargaining unit performs for the students and staff of this district, and please remember to thank them for their service. Our schools and district would not be the same without them. Thank you.
President Glay, you want to join us table?
Love to, thank you. Chair Watson, Vice Chair Thomas, school board members, and Superintendent Scott. Did you know that today is a once in a lifetime milestone as all members line up to create a unique 2-2-2-2, a date that won't come around for another 200 years. And yes, it even falls on a Tuesday. So happy Tuesday. Today's date is a palindrome, a word, phrase, or sequence that reads the same backwards as forward, like top spot or my gym or nurse's run. How many can you think of? Wow, I see a whole lesson here. Tonight, we appreciate hearing from the special education directors on how the community school model is working in the Century Feeder. It was nice to hear that there is a focus to put supports in where they are needed, and I'm glad that the district is taking the time to make corrections in order to create an exemplary model similar to our Westland Wilsonville neighbors. We heard loud and clear during the Century Feeder listening sessions what wasn't working, and I got the sense that the community school model needed a little calibrating. So HEA has reached out to the educators in the Century Feeder, asking them what works and what they need. And I have a couple ideas. Well, currently 61 great ideas and counting, and that I can't wait to share with the Student Services Department. And Mr. Scott, the Amway staff has invited you to come and spend the entire day with them. Now it's time to talk about more serious stuff. We really should talk about educator workforce crisis happening right here in Oregon and in Hillsboro. We are at a crossroads. The last 2 years have taken their toll, and we know that even before COVID, teaching in today's world has become extremely challenging, such that teachers are en masse talking about leaving the profession. All of us in this room care about our students, and we want to provide them with the best instruction, and truly, I think that is why we are here. I see this as our collective goal, that we continue to work together to create a workplace that will attract the best educators, and I know we will. In order to do this, we need a competitive salary schedule that will attract great new teachers and retain the talented, experienced, and loyal HSD staff that have stuck around and helped us get through these last 2 years. So as we bargain financials and benefits, and we seek it to increase, which honors inflation and stays competitive with surrounding districts, neighboring districts have shown us their staff appreciation in the form of retention and referral bonuses. We believe that those bonuses are much appreciated, and we are very interested in building the best school districts possible with great working conditions and learning conditions and the best salary schedule among competitive districts. I'm truly proud to lead a group of educators who show up every day committed and ready to do what it takes to serve our students. I'm also proud to have a competitive salary schedule. We need to keep it that way. And in about 2 weeks, HSD will be at the educator hiring fair, hoping to attract the best to our district. And I want human resources to be able to do that with an offer that cannot be refused. Come to Hillsboro, where our administrators respect and support you, and where you will make a living wage where you can afford to live in your district. All of Oregonian understands this plight, and I'm sure you do too. The Oregon legislature is in its biennial short session set to end March 1st. One bill they are considering is House Bill 4030, aimed at addressing the educator workforce shortage. Oregon legislators have unanimously passed this bill out of every committee. I will be asking that all members and Hillsboro educators write to their legislators to support this bill, and I hope you will join me in this effort. Let's all do what we can
to build up our teachers, counselors, nurses, bus drivers, classroom mates, and everyone who cares about students. Thank you for always supporting the teachers and for asking us questions to help find out what we need. We appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right. Student time. Almost steps down over there, but it feels like we'll go clockwise and end up over there. You're not really over there, but it feels like you're over there. Sorry. All right, here we go. Go ahead, start.
Yeah, I just want to say that it feels good to be back in person. I haven't been here in person in a little bit, so it just feels back. It feels like home. It feels so comfortable. Thank you to all our members who spoke today. And of course, our board who's always here and always is willing to stay late to make sure that we do everything really good and everything correct and in the best interest of our students and our families. And yeah, I think that today was really good. It did go a little bit longer, but I like everybody's willing to stay up a little bit late to make a change and to help our families.
Michelle.
So I think this is my first in-person board meeting since like 2022 started. So I'm glad to be here in person. I wasn't at the board meeting last time, but I had Seth read some comments from me. So thank you, Seth. But I also kind of wanted to expand on that, where I feel like, and I'm not sure how much of this is a lot of it isn't school board policies, but more operations and just some. I think it's important to voice this because I feel like not a lot of people are talking about it. At Glencoe, I've noticed a lot of the school culture and student culture has just been drowned by the sense of apathy from in every level. And it feels like and it's not just Glencoe, at other schools, at my friends from Hill High, Century, Liberty, there's just this general sense of apathy from teachers, from students, from administrators, and it's just feeling like people are just trying to survive rather than live. And I think it's a complicated situation, especially with masks, for example, and assemblies and events, for example, with prom, we don't know if that's even gonna happen and stuff like that. And I think for me, for example, the mask mandate, I think it's good that we're moving forward, where we're making it a choice. And I think that there is an emotional part of that and allowing people to really make connections. But it is complicated and there's a lot of things that go into it. Yeah, and then also another thing that I kind of want to talk about is teaching resiliency and perseverance and having a culture of resiliency and perseverance. I know right now at a lot of our schools, there's a sense of for AP, as soon as it gets hard, they just drop the AP class and they move on to the other class. And rather, I feel right now we should be supporting students and letting them have that experience of feeling challenged and going through and persevering and growing, gaining those skills to be able to take on challenges. I think that goes a long way because I think in our classrooms, we're not just building graduation rates, we're building people that are going to go out in our society and make change. So yeah, and then I think talking to a lot of teachers and peers, I think that a lot from my observation as a student, I feel like a lot of teachers feel like they aren't being rewarded for doing, they aren't feeling rewarded for caring and putting in a lot of effort for students. They feel as if one teacher is in the building for 12 hours and they put in everything, and sometimes it feels like it's not being seen and it's not being rewarded. And I feel like a lot of teachers are really frustrated and feeling like it's not really going anywhere. But I don't know, I'm just a student, that's my observation. And I feel like for me, one huge worry that I have, I'm gonna be graduating, but like, what I think about a lot, probably more than a lot of students, is, this teacher retention crisis that is impending. When, even if it's right now just a statistic in the survey, when, 50 to 70% teachers are considering leaving, it makes me wonder, like, where is the culture, where is the spirit of our schools and our students, and what makes our schools special, what makes schools so special, is going to be lost if we lose our teachers, if we lose what makes our schools special, if we lose the people that really, really do care, but can't anymore. So I guess I'm just like, I want to give a word out for teachers that are listening, like, please, I can speak for myself, I know a ton of students that you are really appreciated and that your work is being seen. A lot of kids don't say it out loud. A lot of kids don't write thank you cards, but they do appreciate teachers that show up every day, make an effort. So yeah.
Steph, do you have anything you want to add tonight?
Yeah, I know that it's all late and we're all super tired, so I'm going to try to keep this really short. Firstly, as always, thank you to everybody who came and presented today. It went long, it was pretty exhausting, but you stuck it through and it was all, as always, great and important information. I'd like to particularly thank Carla Brokaw for coming and speaking in front of us when she said that she wasn't comfortable with it. I think that you did a good job. It takes courage to speak truth to power, and I think you did an excellent job of representing the concerns of your union. And I'm hopeful that the feedback that we got today from those two groups will definitely be considered in going into the future. And then lastly, because it is my one main point of interaction with school outside of this, I'm going to briefly show for the fact that we are starting spring musical and play season at all of our high school drama departments. You should come see Xanadu at Glencoe on Friday. And then after that, we have Hello Girls opening in Century on March 4th. Liberty is performing SpongeBob the Musical at the end of April. And Hill High, also at the end of April and the start of May, will be performing The Addams Family, all of which are going to be excellent shows. You should come and support these departments that have been working so hard for so long and help give back to our schools who have been, or to our students who have been putting so much time and effort into this. So thank you all very much and have a good night.
Thank you. Kira.
I will also be brief. When it comes to the guidance and any decisions we're making regarding the pandemic and students and safety, it always gets a lot of passionate responses. And what I'm noticing though is the difference between what happens in Hillsboro and what's happening in some of the other communities is there's passion, but there's also respect that goes with it. And there's just so much appreciation for that. We see what's happening in other districts and some of the demonstrations and storming the schools and really unsafe behavior. And that is not what this community is all about. I continue to appreciate the respectful conversation. So, thank you.
Okay, around the ping pong, you just go counterclockwise again and finish up there. And by the way, if we stay until 10:22, it'll be military time, 22:22 on Tuesday. Just saying.
Unnecessarily bold.
Just saying, that's the thing. Yeah, anything you want to add tonight?
No.
Erica? Bonnie? We'll go up there. Lisa?
Just very excited about Classified Appreciation Week. Make sure that you express your gratitude for the unsung heroes of our system. And good night.
Sierra?
I have nothing to add. Thanks, everyone.
Nancy?
I just wish that there was another way that we could express our appreciation. I understand the need and the desire to want to make more money. And I say that to both our classified and our licensed staff. I just wish you could understand how appreciated you are. And I wish you could understand how difficult it is to reward you in the way that you actually deserve. Because the system isn't set up that way, and it sucks. And I feel bad because there's no way that somebody should say that they want to leave because they're not making a living wage. That's a difficult thing to have to work with. But it's what we have. So I just wanted to say thank you to the teachers, thank you to the classified staff, because none of this happens without everybody. This is the proverbial village. Nothing happens without everybody. That's all.
Oh, I stretched 12 minutes. All right. Still feel pretty new at this job and appreciate everyone's patience as we deal with preliminary stuff. I don't know if I got everything right today, but I tried to, and I think it's the first time I remember being addressed as Chair Watson, so that feels a little weird. But, all right. Well, thank the administrative team, Mike, Kevin, everybody for the flexibility, wherewithal, endurance you had to adjust on the fly to what seemed to be ever-changing guidance and expectations from state agencies. It feels like it feels like an onslaught of different information all the time, and I think you and your team have done an exceptional job of taking in the new information as it becomes available and adjusting our plan accordingly. So great job there. And I guess just apologize to you so my day job, we worked yesterday. Turns out not everybody did. Totally forgot that. I'm texting Mike and like wondering why he's not replying back. And I'm like, oh, he's got the day off, right? So my apologies. And just a reminder, like we have our lives, but Saturday, Sunday, and sometimes Monday belong to the staff, and we shouldn't really, I apologize for thinking what I was thinking, like, why is he replying? But yes, we did eventually speak yesterday, which shouldn't have had to do that. But so my apologies for bothering you on your day off. And 10 minutes 2:22, we're done. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.